Hello. I am still waiting on some type of game. I think we're about to get game 3. Mixu Max Packs. I was looking at a TVZ, but... Well... Actually, oh, shit. I thought that was... I checked, I swear to God, like a second ago for Fiant and Hero Marine, and, they looked like they were maxed out, and then suddenly they're not. Manga Man, thank you for these 57 months. I do think watching PVZs is kind of more, how to say, like, witnessing the patch more in action. So I think I'll just join Mixu versus Max Packs and see firsthand what it looks like. I was watching Roddy do game 1 and game 2, so. I was also looking to get into Personal GG Machine, but they never once lobby linked, so womp womp. Percival's not mad at Zerg, though. He's mad at Protoss. Which he's not going to actually face unless he gets to the upper bracket finals. And watching him crash out versus Protoss is a little more fun. Whoops! We were on the wrong overlay, because I was using this one for the, whatchamacallit. I don't even remember how to get the score up on this overlay. There is a way, but it's been so long since I've used it, so... you know what? It's just whoever wins this wins the series, so it's, it works out in a way. For this time, I am 3,500 brains away from starting a drinking stream. Wow. I feel like there must be like a dozen people who have a drinking stream. Though. Who just don't actually pay attention to the amount of brains they have. Because I certainly don't pay attention to the amount of points I have in other streams. Mixu versus Max Packs up on the title. So, Monday Night Weekly didn't happen, presumably because the O Gaming guys are still hungover from celebrating Saturday night. No, they're probably just, well, I mean, to be honest, that could be a reason. But I'm thinking more that it was just too much to get everything packed up and sent back to where it needs to be, and everyone paid out, and everyone taken care of, and something that's taking administrative day off. This was important for them. I did say TKL log on, but maybe for something else. Collecting replays or something. 1.2 million brains? Jesus, yeah, that's a dangerous amount of drinking streams. I wonder what, Twitch must have a record, and it must show who has the most amount of points on any channel ever. You know? 10 billion points, because someone never uses it on a stream that they watch 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who also win all of the bets. I don't know. Anyway, we do have some time to talk about whatever the hell we want, because it is the 8-worker start. How about that? I spent my weekend getting close to going whitewater rafting and then not doing it. So after the stream on Saturday, I was like, I'd really like to be out in the water, but didn't end up doing it with such short notice. And then Sunday, I was like, I'll wait and see if the spots are still open, and the spots were not open. So I'm probably going to try and do whitewater rafting this weekend. But it does also cost $80, and it's an hour and a half car ride, which I don't like driving, so that'll always keep me a little hesitant, I suppose. And then I can't decide if I want to go into a beginner or an intermediate, because I have done whitewater rafting before, so I wouldn't need to do beginner. But a handful of level 4 rapids, I'm afraid I'm out of shape, and I haven't done it in a while, so I'm like, eh. And then if I do the beginner and I get there and then it's boring, that'll be disappointing after all the, it's decisions. I did end up having a nice family cookout yesterday, which I know people are generally looking towards July 4th for, but our family isn't going to be together for July 4th, so anti-America. But in really good news, I love the way that popped up. In really good news, my kickball team made the playoffs, despite an atrocious game on Thursday. So I think that's the best news I could give you guys. Alright, so it is a third Nexus after single gateway, single Oracle, so glad to see that nothing has changed. I do agree with people who say that like people are still playing as if it is 12 workers, and that is going to influence the results of games when we watch, the higher level guys for an extended period of time. But I also don't agree that that's gonna, massively change once people figure out 8 workers. I don't actually think that's really what's gonna happen. It might change a little bit, I suppose, but as a little bit goes, I feel like this is kind of the little bit that I'm talking about, which is, the opener was actually, like, exactly the same. Alright, it was on different supplies. Okay, you got me. But still, the idea of it was exactly the same as before the patch. But then now Protoss feel a little more emboldened, or a little more desperate, actually, would probably be the right word. The opposite of being emboldened. They are not bold about it. They kind of fall back to it. That it's something that maybe is the most viable way of playing Protoss now against Zerg is going into some type of air toss. Now, to be fair, I'm not really usually talking about triple Phoenix air toss, which, just before I actually got into the game. The last thing I heard on Roddy's stream was he was like, well, maybe that wasn't the last thing, because Mixer actually did win the last game. But he was talking about how, like, maybe Phoenix can't do it. Like, his Phoenix opener is just done. It's just gone in PvZ. And that makes him sad, but it is what it is. Maybe MaxPax overheard that, checking out the VOD or something. Obviously, that's exactly what he's doing between games. He's immediately going to see what Roddy had to say about the situation. Clearly. And was like, it's okay, bro. I can show you how to play PvZ in this matchup. What a bro. What a lad. But no, I don't think I've seen this yet. I have been seeing a lot of Protosses go into SkyToss. This is why I'm bringing it up, and it kind of sucks, because I feel like one thing basically everyone can agree on, including the Protoss players, is that if this patch actually does encourage SkyToss tactics, no one likes that. Everyone dislikes that. So, but right now, watching Mass Phoenix, I could enjoy this. Something that Mixer was able to pick up on despite not actually literally seeing the 3 Stargates. So Aspire has been built. Unless he was, actually, I say that, this actually could have been the complete opposite situation. Obviously gonna have to make Corruptors now, but if there was some sense of going into Mutas and then into Roaches, because he thought that MaxPax was doing something different. He was completely wrong about that. But he would have, if he scouted, he saw that 5th gas. He saw, like, a complete lack of ground units. Yeah. Well, Corruptors against Phoenix, they'll defend him when he stay put, but I still find this to be a generally obnoxious way to play. As a Zerg player, I think Phoenix are fun. I think having to play defensive Corruptors as Zerg is probably one of the worst things ever. I like how just guy does everything that sucks now. Yeah! Sure, yeah. But this is why I'm like, I think everyone would agree this is a bad thing. And I can't, like, I know people are different. I'm not, like, literally tracking everyone who ever posts on Reddit down to their, like, their accounts and their specific beliefs. I'm not that obsessed. But I feel like, initially, strategic variety was the whole, this is, the phrase, the word of the month, right? And, I Actually, this gold base might be difficult to handle. 3 Void Rays have popped out. Hold on. Is that going to be enough? 7 Corruptors is really not that impressive. No one with upgrades as of yet, but the Nexus must be canceled, and it wasn't. Fortunately, there really was nothing on the ground for Max Pack, so that Nexus could have been focused. Best, I think, was the Oracle, maybe, contributing some Pulsar Beam there. But yeah, although Max Pax did win the Air War, did not save 400 minerals that he could have. Ultimately, I think winning, not just with losing his Air Force right there is very important. Still has a chance to win, but yeah, probably should have canceled that. Anyway, initially it was like, this is going to be great. This is going to open up all types of cheeses and early aggression. And again, this ideal StarCraft game that I think everyone would want, if someone could come up with the exact way to give us this, is some type of early aggression that is barely held, that goes into some mid-game aggression that is barely held, or a back and forth. Like, those are the perfect games. And that can start off with the cheese. That can start off with a cannon rush. And now I'm seeing people just celebrate that cheese actually might be dead. And I'm like, as a community, can we make a decision? No, we cannot. We cannot. Max Pack's out to the finals? Yeah, so, Max Pack's Solar happened earlier today. That was the only PvZ that Max Pack's played in Wardy's Cup. And, the games that he won, I guess, were Sky Toss. So, yeah, other things just seem too hard to do. But, in terms of this game, right, Sky Toss does look to be kind of working out here. Only 10 Corruptors is still not impressive. Barely increased from the last engagement we saw. Yes, Queens are here, I suppose, but is that really going to be enough? We even have some static defense and more probably to be added. Max Pack's also about to have 3 more Void Rays, making a total of 11. Again, no upgrades in the skies, but the Roaches and Ravagers do have +1, trying to take care of whatever is on the ground, including a Sentry. Taking the Guardian Shield out's actually very helpful. Unable to do so thus far. Max Pack certainly making a stand here, and Mixu, he's all in. This is it. He doesn't win here. He does not factually win here. He doesn't win the game. That's it. Alright. But anyway, he still doesn't win. Mixu's on 61 drones. Yeah, 4 bases, but no saturation on that 4th base. Corruptors are incredibly expensive and clearly are not winning against that air army, and Max Pax will win Game 3, falling back to good old Sky Toss, which is just super, super great. Hopefully that doesn't stay, but probably a reaction to Max Pax trying not to do Sky Toss last game and losing it. You have something wrong against America? Just wondering. Oh, because I said we hate America because we're not together on July 4th. I mean, that was a joke. Just that my dad and my brother are going to see USA versus someone in rugby. My brother is a big rugby fan. He's actually going to Australia for the their World Cup, I guess, and the Rugby World Cup. And then my brother and sister-in-law have a. They're gonna hang out in their new neighborhood that they moved to. Ooh, it's having a block party. Whatever, man. I'm gonna do something cool. I'm gonna have July 4th with hookers and blackjack. And also, I guess my mom, because my mom's not doing anything. Yeah, rugby, it's actually not bad as far as I understand it. USA, actually pretty good. I don't know, not the best, I suppose, but, and so yeah, they do play some of the games here. I wouldn't have minded going to see it, it happens in the evening, and I don't know, I would have gone if it was at 12 p.m. That's what I thought it was gonna be, but it's at like 7, so. Anyway, it looks like here Marine Font is 1-1, with Fiant going for a little early pool action too, but Max Pax is waiting for the winner of a PvP, Shameless versus Christianer, and then Percival GG Machine, which is actually what I thought I was going to get into when I first joined, has been going on forever. Railgun is asking if Percival is here? So maybe that is over, maybe Percival lost. I mean, I played rugby, actually. I was on a co-ed rugby team in high school. TVZ, ZVZ different? I don't think it's different enough. Well, I mean, to be totally clear, I mean, I really don't like the government that we have in America. It should come as a surprise to absolutely no one. I think it's fucking hilarious that Trump's 250th celebration thing was a total and utter disaster. And I hope people who want to rah-rah America on July 4th are doing it the idea of unity and progressing forward as opposed to cultish behavior, but I've never been that much of a fan of July 4th anyway. Yeah, some people, they make it like a whole day. It's like they like their whole personality that day. You know, they get dressed up in the flag, which is always funny because it's, you're not supposed to do that. But they plan like not just a dinner or a lunch with burgers and barbecue or whatever, but they plan like the whole day. And then, you know, they make sure to get to the fireworks like 2 hours early so they get to the front so they can really see the fireworks. And I'm just like, that doesn't sound fun to me. Fireworks aren't my favorite thing in the world. After seeing fireworks for the last 35 years of my life, you know, it's just, I don't know. It's just, there's only so much. Now it's all about the drones anyway. Especially in places like Colorado that is constantly under wildfire warnings. Where we can no longer... My particular town has actually not allowed fireworks to be used at all, legally, technically, for years. Every July 4th, there's too much danger and wildfire spreading. However, that doesn't stop people from buying fireworks, which they are legally allowed to do, even in our town, and then actually firing them, which is the illegal part. And then a lot of people go to fuck. Oh my god. I mean the states around us, but what the hell? Why can I not remember? Wyoming, Jesus Christ. They go to Wyoming, and they buy the more illegal fireworks that are, you know, legal to buy in Colorado, and they also fire them. And the amount of people who actually get arrested, I think is quite low. Gigastorm? Well, that's a good thing, right? That's gonna cool you down. Hello. Oh yeah, but you actually have an AC. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. You ever talk about America? Trump watches ZombieGrub streams? yeah, sure. I would love to imagine Trump just absolutely, basically passing out at all times because he's old and degenerate and fucking sick as fuck. And they're like, okay, Grandpa, here's a nice little StarCraft 2 streamer for you to watch. I do live in Colorado, yeah. Woo! I feel like my computer just broke. Whoop! Okay. It's good. It recovered, guys. Don't worry about it. Here, Marine looks like he's gonna win. Doing a cheeky hellbat attack. Killed 17 drones. But I don't know! The larva regen, I mean, come on. I bet the Zerg can recover. Hey, Brazil scored a goal. It's all tied up. Soccer. This is football. Oh no, a plea from the team games community. It seems like absolutely zero consideration was given to team games with this patch. I sympathize, but I gotta say, no patch I think has ever taken team games into consideration. Hello, do you think the latest patch places Terran as the least strongest? No, but I you know, the jury's still out. As much as I don't like the patch, and I think there are problems, and I would put, a low amount of money, you know, on a bet that Zerg comes out strongest. And I guess that's it, really. I don't really know about Terran and Protoss. I do agree with people who post, you know, like, it's way too early to tell. Yeah. So GG Machine will be facing Hero Marine in a TVZ. I actually have not yet cast a PvP, though, on this patch. So, I wanted to check this out. I assume it is incredibly similar. But we'll find out. Oh, not max packs. Oh, yes, max packs. Start prediction. Max packs. Christianer. Zerg's looking to be in a good spot. Looks like Cannon Rush are pretty rough on this one, though. Yeah. Seems to be the latest report from enough people that Cannon Rushes seem to be kind of dead. And, you know, this is kind of the thing that, like, if I had unlimited amount of money and time, so I didn't have to actually, like, work, I suppose. I would have taken the time to go back and try and actually basically catalog broad trends of complaints. So obviously, the biggest trend, you know, in the early days would have been Brooded Infestor eventually, and then Swarmhost mech. But then there would have been, you know, some other broad complaints about those expansions. And I think, you know, one of them would have been that there were a lot of builds that more so just kind of ended. You know, you did it and it ended and that was it, and it kind of was lame. Which, you know, some people, when the patch hit and we were talking about the potential, they thought that was a good thing. Start talking about rock, paper, scissors, start talking about making sure that the builds exist that would punish greed, because basically they think StarCraft 2's become too greed allowed. Except I don't think that was ever really going to be the case, because it's not like people are like literally like, I mean, I was going to say 14 CCing, but CCing first. And then we needed something that like really punished that. That's not the build that usually Terrans go for when they're being greedy, right? A lot of the stuff that did punish like a 3 CC greed was just straight up nerfed. It wasn't so much the worker change. Anyway, Legacy of the Void actually brought in a lot more comeback potential. A lot more of the ideal, again, games that were like, well, the early aggression did something, but it didn't end the game, and there's a comeback mechanic here and there that can allow you to kind of play the game on. And I can see that being like going too far the other way, which is that, yeah, nothing really impacts the early game. Sure, I can see that could happen, but anyway, this idealized version of the 6 workers start, you know, having these just straight up, the game is ended if you try and cannon rush, because cannon rush is no longer valid. I mean, I don't think that sounds great either. Probably different, no proxy robo. Why no proxy robo? Because the early gateways produce too fast? I mean, I gotta imagine that PvP will find itself to have some differences. As you can see here, MaxPax is doing something that MaxPax has done, you know, all the time, which is going for a 1 gateway expand, and Christianer is going into 2 gateways. And thus far, yeah, okay, no, gonna commit to it. Probe's still waiting around to build something. 3rd gateway coming down. MaxPax sends out a hallucination, is gonna see that there's no nexus for sure. And that's more so what exactly the attack is going to be. So I can certainly see some argument for a 4-gate being a bit better, just because the initial units can come out before you get the warp gate. I don't know if that actually amounts to any amount of unit differences. And then, you know, ditto could be said for MaxPax, who would still come out with defender's advantage. A little less so, I guess, because the proxy pylon does actually warp in instantaneously now, so there's some... There's a little push here and a little pull there. I feel like ultimately it might come down to something very similar, though. But certainly this looks like a very familiar MaxPax game. The 4-gate, not the most used, I suppose, all-in versus MaxPax, but there's so many of them that eventually a 4-gate would be attempted, alongside, you know, proxy robo or just at-home robo. That's a lot of stalkers, gotta say. Gotta say. Probe 3 should have been pulled a bit earlier. Christianer took down quite a few, too. Has lost 3 so far. Sentry's still up from their Guardian Shield in 20 seconds. A lot of shield batteries, but if you are one-shotting, then that doesn't really impact the battle. And that is the concern here. No Stargate for MaxPax. Still going just pure gateway production himself. Also did grab that warp gates. And this is, I mean, this is... you know, maybe something that could be improved on as we witness Protoss get more and more used to Gateway V Warp Gate. Like, would it be better actually to have gateways because they build faster rather than warping in right on the front? Considering that you're, you know, as close to the gateways as humanly possible, really. I don't know. But right now, MaxPax using warp gates as well against someone who, again, does now have fast warp-ins on proxy pylons. It's barely hanging on. It is barely. 3rd and 4th shield battery going to be coming up with some energy, and Christianer has certainly lost any one-shot potential from his own Stalker Ball. Not yet giving up, but does seem like this is tilted into MaxPax's favor. I think as someone who played, you know, 9 games of Protoss on this patch. I know, I put in the effort. MaxPax wins. No, but seriously, as someone who was 50-50 Protoss Terran for, like, the last, like, 3-ish years of me playing StarCraft, you know, I played a decent amount of Protoss. Getting used to Protoss using Terran production is insanely hard. Especially if you are still changing to Warp Gate eventually. Because it's not even like, you know, you have whole games where you're doing nothing but practicing with pure gateway production. You know, there's times where you're like, yeah, I should start off with gateways. Like, I understand that theory. Now I'm going to change to Warp Gate. So you have, like, half your games being practiced with Terran production. And I think that, you know, the pro gamers will get used to that. It's not impossible. But I do think when you're talking about, like, the 4th or 5th day and... you're talking about a razor-thin edge of defending one base as U2 base. It would be so absurdly easy for a guy like MaxPax even to forget to build because he thinks he's waiting on a warp-in. And that would have killed him. So that definitely is playing a part in PvZ anything, I guess, but Protoss games. Bottom left of Rorschach, it is Christianer. And in the bottom right, it is MaxPax. I thought the proxy robo would be even more used. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like, you know, Scarlett's saying that maybe there's not going to be proxy robo as much. She might have a point. I don't know. And that's ultimately what everyone can agree on is kind of fun about the patch, even if you hate the patch, is that you do have a lot more cases where it is just, I don't know. I've always argued that it's not going to last long. It's going to last like 2 months, if that. And then it's going to be like, all right, we know, and it's not that fun. So the first wave of the attack having warp gate gets your initial units out faster? Oh, of the attacker. Well, obviously, like, you know, Christianer is not gonna not proxy and warp in as the aggressor. Who's all in the opposite of the favorite could backfire. I wonder how encouraged Max Pax is to not go for a Stargate if he's defending a 1 base down. I'm thinking just on the time that he has to actually get to a saturated base with gases compared to when the attack commences. I don't know if this is something that impacts it. Hopefully we can get a bit of a longer game. But with Christiana going for another 2-gate opener versus Max Pax, again, 1-gate opener, I don't know if I'm feeling it. Particularly because Max Pax's Nexus has never been delayed. There's definitely something to expanding even after 2 gateways against a 1 gateway expand if there's any amount of delay on the Nexus. Then it can actually still kind of work out. Delay in the Nexus, you go into an early Stargate, you end up killing those, you know, 6 probes or whatever, ideally. Like, then it's fine. But, yeah, no, not happening. Christianer must be going for an all-in. Max Pax will know this, and again, it's more just determining what exactly the all-in is. So last game was a 4-gate. This game we're about to find out, but so we also see that Max Pax is changing up his defense. He is going to be adding on a Robo. Which I think, you know, has equal amount of chances of working against what is apparently another 4-gate. Christianer going for just 4-gate to 4-gate. Oh, this is interesting. Let's go. Wait, what happened here? Max Pax is 1 adept, hoping to get into the main of Christianer, but other than that, doesn't have a lot going on here. Christianer attacking as fast as possible with 2 stalkers, catches Max Pax without a unit. Any unit. Even 1 stalker would have been enough to stop that shield battery from dying. Because it would have had the shield battery on its side. Instead, we get a very, very, very awkward engagement. This Immortal needs to come out and help out. Okay, almost got 2. That was kind of a weird force field. Almost got 2 there. Unfortunately, is this stalker gonna live? Is the force field actually gonna last long enough? Oh, it did. God, that sucks. You need a 3rd probe to give it a little tickle-wickle. Well, I mean, that is definitely something that can happen. The aggression starts literally so early. And you can catch the first unit and kill it, or the 2nd unit and kill it, and catch the first shield battery and kill it. But now we got the Immortal, and that is always tough to kill. Christianer needs a lot of stalkers to try and one-shot that bad boy. But he's steadily improving the numbers. We're up to 4 gateways now. 11 stalkers. Maybe like that's probably technically 3 shots that after the Guardian or the barrier. The 2nd Immortal's out too, though, and that's much scarier. Christianer also supply blocked a little. No, I wouldn't actually count this as a supply block. He gets out of supply block before he warps in, so I'm not going to count that as a supply block. But we're getting dangerously close, and I think this is it to being very legitimately supply blocks. But we're going to have the engagement. Zealots coming in, hopefully tanking some of the Immortal shots as well. Good refocus there from Max Pax, who's also got the 2nd Immortal, still wailing away here, but on the sentry a couple of times, not the ideal situation. Christianer with a lot of stalkers left over. Max packs with only 3 sentries and a stalker. Thankfully, 3rd Immortal gets pumped out. 4th Immortal being chronoed. 2nd Gateway also finishing into a warp gate. And still a couple of shield batteries left with juice. Sentries do go down. Immortals pulled back, staying very, very healthy, but now it is the only unit left there. And I think that's going to be it. Christianer makes the 4-gate work. It did kind of start with the initial push, though. So I'm not about to say the robo play doesn't work just off of this one game. Oh, all the backup pylons are putting the shield batteries. Yikes. But yeah, without a 2nd Immortal. Although this force field this time was very, very good. It is going to dissipate. Maybe you still don't go up there because there could be probes ready to pull. There we go. Yeah, pull them in. Keep the Immortal alive. This could still be thrown, I guess, technically. Nah, never mind. GG. I mean, it would have had to have been it would have been one of the most colossal throws ever. But I mean, there was technically a chance if Christianer was like, ooh, probes, instead of killing the Immortal. Glacier 9's brains are still alive. SCEVO does not do the 8-worker start. And they actually posted a whole damn essay on why they're not doing that, which is pretty neat. Respect. TLDR, they're also very disappointed with how the patch has played out. So they do not agree that they didn't agree that the patch will hit the goals of the patch and would rather make a lot more problems, which is my stance. So how much darker are we going to get this fine evening? Like three hours, probably. The other thing I did over the weekend is spend far too much time on the internet, as usual. Trying to educate people about things and then being completely ignored. Sad. That's all tied up 1-1. Bottom left, Christianer. Top right, Max Packs. Christianer's 4-gate didn't work the first time, but it did work the second time. People resist free education. Well, so I just see Pro Tech. Oh, I don't watch a lot, and I don't know a lot about him. I'll just say that. But I witnessed this guy just posting relentlessly about how just 100% superior, no doubt about it, a lower worker start is, which aggravates me. And I go ahead and do the research that he has absolutely not done about how many players actually were still playing StarCraft 2 around the time of Heart of the Swarm. Because he literally says, you don't go from millions of active players to less than 250,000 in Legacy of the Void without it being the economic problem. Which is just such an insane way of putting it that clearly is trying to convince you that we had millions of players even going into 2014. It actually offends me. It offended me. So, for those who don't know, who've never done this, because why would you? As we watch a very similar scenario, by the way, on our 4-player map, Old Sun Temple. 1 gate for Max Packs, 2 gate for Christianer. You can't find information about pre-2015, 2016-ish StarCraft easily at all, as far as the player base goes and the viewership goes. Because the sites that would have had those stats are down. They're dead. So like ASA 2 Ranked is one of them. And then the ones who do have stats only started to collect it when, I guess, the API was, like, more available, or better track. I don't know what happened, but basically something around 2015-16 is when you actually started to see people track. Same goes for viewership. Twitch also around that year is only when they started to. So you look at like a Twitch tracker or something like that, and again, usually you can only go so far back as 2015. It's Waffles. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for hating the patch. So yeah, so in order to actually find out like somewhat trustworthy stats, you have to basically look at people talking about the stats at the time of which you need the stats. You know what I mean? So you got to find like a Team Liquid post, you got to find like a Reddit post that took a screenshot. And fortunately, that's what I did. Someone, and I was like, this has to exist. Like someone had to have been looking at the success of StarCraft from Heart of the Swarm to Legacy of the Void. Like people had to be doing that. And I did manage to find one that took a screenshot of StarCraft 2 ranked with the 2 years of Heart of the Swarm and the like 5 years of Legacy of the Void up to like the free-to-play. And guess what it showed? As we get to the ultimate point of this game, well, not quite the ultimate, actually. This is just a proxy Stargate with a Nexus expand, so Christianer's not doing it all in. But again, with the Nexus not really being delayed here so much, we're going to need this Oracle to do some big things. Adept's trying to do so as well, but being completely blocked out. Did they at least get a scout? Yeah, they saw it was a second gateway, which I mean is kind of something. MaxPax does not know what his opponent is doing. He's once again assuming that it is going to be some type of all-in. Actually, it is not. It is a proxy Stargate, which is clearly not so dedicated. MaxPax, you know, he sees this and he's got to feel a little bad about his decisions here. So not only does he lose 4 probes, which is already 5, 6, maybe 7, and then we live. Yeah, 7 probes is basically what you needed to even out or even take a slight lead, as the Nexus is almost on for Christianer, and MaxPax still is producing 2 probes at a time. 8 probes, actually. I guess the Adepts got 1. So yeah, this is exactly what you needed. But, you know, usually, at least, MaxPax could say, oh, that sucks, but at least I have a faster Twilight Council, or I have a Robo, and I can use that technology to do something. Or my own Stargate's about to get some revenge. In this case, there really is nothing good for MaxPax in Game 3 here. And still I have to deal with Oracles, now double Oracle, which could kill a lot more probes. This is very concerning. The technology ends up being much faster for Christianer as we get into the meat of PvP. And if this was a ladder game, MaxPax might have just left after losing those 8 probes. Thankfully, does kill both Oracles. That is a sign of life. But, you know, like it's a little like beep, and then it goes back to it's not great. The Adepts are also found out. One will end up living. Stargate will be depowered, but it definitely did its job. MaxPax is in a world of hurt here. So sorry to leave on a cliffhanger, but guess what Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void had? Heart of the Swarm dipped down to about 160,000 players, and then it jumped up basically right before Legacy of the Void was released, presumably because people wanted to get back into StarCraft. They knew that Legacy of the Void was about to be released. Then Legacy of the Void releases, and it starts off at about 170, 180k players. And then it jumps up, because people are like, oh, the expansion's out. And then it dips, and then it actually jumps up a lot when it comes to free-to-play. But the point is, people are already sick and tired of StarCraft 2, particularly because of Heart of the Swarm, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Legacy of the Void. And I posted this, but it ended up being the last comment on the Team Liquid page, so then it starts page 3. And I think either Protex saw this and was like, if only I could read, or no one saw this, because it was the last post on a page. Because no one answered me. And that angered me. And the same fucking thing happened when I brought it up again. It was the last post on page 3. This is MaxPax's hurrah to try and win the game here, but there is so much for Christianer. MaxPax does manage to catch up on the workers, but that's what's going to happen when you both saturate 2 bases. Unfortunately, what he has not caught up on is the army and, again, technology of his opponent, who is investing superior worker counts during that entire engagement. Can max packs hold? Maybe. Maybe. It'd be pretty miraculous. Might get to blink. Might... Yeah, okay, no, there's no way we're getting to an immortal. Yeah, no. There's no way Max Pax holds this. He doesn't even have blink. Blink wouldn't have done very much here anyway. Force Field's trying to make something work, but Shanner also had Force Fields, and it looks like the underdog is going to win out here. Even though Max Pax has a couple of adepts trying to kill the economy, Max Pax has lost his entire army. Finally, Blink is done. 4 Stalkers, a 15, and an Immortal. How much can Blink do? I mean, that Force Field was almost perfect. If it had actually cut off the rest of the army. Did not. Very ambitious +1 here. You know, if Max Pax had been able to hold somehow, maybe Cristiano panics with the Adepts in his base and recalls. He also lost the Warp Prism, right? Yeah, then maybe +1 could have kicked in. Max Pax maybe a bit in disbelief. Particularly for that second. I mean, the second game he was spot on. Like he was correct in the logic behind the attack. He was like, it was another 4-gate. Having a couple of Immortals is pretty baller. Feels like maybe he should have won that one. This one was a complete misread. Just kind of assumed once again it would be a 1-base all lane with the lack of any amount of Nexus denial, and got completely blindsided by an Oracle. GG's. The Max Pax isn't out of the tournament yet. He could come back for a rematch, and that has happened before with him. Maybe one of the earlier trips down in the lower bracket, but not insane. You know, it's still the bracket semifinals. But good job to Cristiano, who will go on to face either GD Machine or Hero Marine, which I believe Steadfast is casting. So remember, units, we're going to up the workers to 12. Legacy of the Void. So Legacy of the Void released in 2016? Early 2016? Shame we don't have the equivalent of Steam DB. Actually, yes. There's actually a lot of reasons why it's a shame that StarCraft 2 never made it to Steam. Even still, even after they actually started putting Blizzard games on Steam. Ah, looks like Brazil's gonna win. It'd ever be worth exploring having a higher unit cap? Blizzard will never do it. No discussion realistically possible. If you want to make a mod, if you want to host your own tournament, then, you know, yeah, it could be interesting. But there's no way Blizzard will ever do it. Hopefully do better with today's hardware. It's not, StarCraft still has a lot of restrictions based off of, I guess, like, the technical side of things, about, like, the cores that they use. But then on the other side, like, even without, you know, let's say that this is a world where StarCraft 2 also keeps up with all the technological advancements. And everyone has a better computer than 16, 17 years ago. That still isn't exactly true. Like, part of the appeal of Blizzard games has, and hopefully will always be, that they do seem to run on pretty potato computers, as well as Apple computers, which is why I even got into them. So I think the last thing they'll ever want to do is mod the classic game to increase strain on computers. StarCraft 3. Totally. Absolutely. And if they ever do make a StarCraft 3, hopefully they do take that in consideration. What are you talking about? Protech. He's a team game streamer who apparently has not had a day of fun in the last 11 years of playing StarCraft 2 full-time as a profession. Which to me is a fucking wild thing to admit. I mean, it's one thing to waste our youth and completely restrict our job prospects because we have a lot of passion and we really like what we're doing. It's another to just completely ruin your future because you fucking hate this game. ESL would have newer vids in 2024. Well, that's because they didn't whatchamacallit, they didn't actually continue with StarCraft 2 past 2024. You'd think. I don't know, this guy's character, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I'm gonna be so mad if no one, again, acknowledges the points that I've made in this Team Liquid thread. I mean, the same guy also argued with apparently a straight face that this game has brought back people like Neeb and Scarlet, and Innovation and TY because of that Chinese tournament, and I'm just like, I don't think this person can understand context. I don't know. Because they were definitely invited to do that tournament before I think we even knew the patch was going to happen. Man, that sucks for Japan. You know, when I played the, like, the Sega FIFA game, FIFA 1 or some shit, I don't know. I actually always played Brazil, not because I had any idea about soccer. I had no idea Brazil was good at it. I had no idea who their star players were. I just liked their flag. Whoops. You think about it more recent? I'm sure Neeb plays for fun. There are a few pro gamers who, like, they literally quit and then they just literally have never touched StarCraft ever again. Oh, the Japanese players are crying. Oh. They did have such a great start. Also, coincidentally, that's why I chose the Broncos in any football game. Because I was just like, it's a horsey. Exactly, Mike, and I'm just like, I don't even... There's a lot of things I could have written in my responses, and I preferred to just try and make it as factual as possible. Stefano, I guess... I mean, Stefano would usually be invited to enough things that he just kind of would always have an excuse to be practicing. I don't know about recently. Again, waiting on Hero Marine GG Machine, because even the... Oh, well, Percival Fiant's happening, apparently. I don't think anyone's casting it, though. When I was going down memory lane as well, trying to look up verifiable, like, stats about viewership and stuff, I, for some reason, the Google Foo brought me to Breaker TV's blog post he made in like 2021 or something, which was it's supposed to be like a tell-all. Here's how people in StarCraft screwed me over. That, you know, about things that happened 7 years ago. And if you guys don't know who this guy's also a character. A perpetual victim, for sure. But I reread it because it was quite amusing. This guy writes, you know enough that he needs a second comment to bring in everything he wants to talk about. And it's all about how he was on the up and up in StarCraft. He really wasn't. And Tasis and Artosis and Valdez and Moonglade, I guess, all screwed him over. And he's not salty about it, but he'll write this 7 years later. Just get it all out there. And in every single reply to this blog post was just so good. It just, everyone was not, no one bought it. Everyone was like, dude, this is sad. Like, you didn't even actually bring any receipts as to why they screwed you over. You basically just discussed how, like, business works. It's good. I don't remember why I have a personal grudge against that guy, to be fair. I just remember that there was something that he did to us, I guess, Space Ray TV. That I was like, well, this guy's an idiot. And then I know he did something to Wardy too. Like, he didn't make any friends. He had no friends in the StarCraft community. It was kind of amazing. Yeah, Moonglade's a great guy. And, you know, Tasis and Artosis, they really haven't done anything mean. Have they done something that, you know, is very business first? Okay, sure. I would never say that they ever did anything mean. I would, you know, cutthroat maybe is the most you could say, and even then I think that's a bit too strong of a word. But definitely never malicious. Or, you know, they never made promises. Like, every time anyone would ever ask them about making it in StarCraft, it was always the same thing, which is like, you probably won't. If you want to, you're going to have to hustle in Korea. We're not going to be able to get you a visa. We're not going to be able to get you gigs. You're going to have to build up yourself first, which means probably casting these other various things and networking with people in Korea. And then, you know, should it work out and we see you on GSL, then great, but it's very unlikely. Who are we talking about? This old... He was a Taiwanese/Chinese caster. He himself was not, but he cast the that scene, and he lived in Taiwan, I think. Called Breaker SC. I just was going down memory lane. He made a blog post that popped up on my Google searches of StarCraft 2 statistics. I also found another interesting thread. I mean, part of the reason I validate some of this obsession with deep diving to prove people wrong is that it is actually, it brings things to my attention that are useful for my StarCraft history project. And so one of the things that I found that was interesting was Cyan Esports, who I knew personally. He's a good guy. Left, you know, kind of just died out of StarCraft years ago at this point. No, not that one. He did a little research into... Oh, did I not save it? Oh, screw. God damn it. Oh, you ever just look him up again. Esports, TL.net. Statistics, I guess? Yeah, here we go. I did save it. It's bookmarked. I don't know where the bookmark went. Anyway, in the StarCraft History Project, 10 years of Team Liquid Statistics, I was like, what is this about? What are we doing here? And what this actually was attempting to do, it was kind of looking to prove why region lock would be a good thing. which I have said many times. Initially, I was not on board region lock, but with time, I had to admit that it was almost certainly a benefit. It was almost certainly the best thing that could have been done at that time. But this thread tries to show some amount of proof for that by basically showing the amount of conversation that happened on Team Liquid. Which, remember, now Team Liquid now is like 8 people posting, and it's very sad. And occasionally ZombieGrub tries to post. No one pays attention to her because they're all sexist. Anyway. But back in the day, like 10 years ago, from 2010 to 2014, which is what that focuses on, I guess, it was the place. Like, Reddit was actually still more of the budding social media for Team Liquid. Like, some people went to it. But Team Liquid was where everyone went, where everyone suggested people go. So to look at Team Liquid's activity for this is actually very legitimate. And TLDR, that thread just says that basically whenever the foreigner, a non-Korean, did something, it caused, of course, far more interest. And that was a trend from Brood War to StarCraft 2 2014. Which might be like of course, duh. Especially because it's an English-speaking website, basically. So it's not like Koreans are coming on here to defend their guy. But I think when you give data to that idea, you know, first of all, to legitimize it. So, like, yeah, everyone would be like, of course, foreigners talk about foreigners more. Well, that actually needs to be, like, confirmed, I suppose. Because, to be honest, you know, there was people like me. There was people like me who was a fucking Koreaboo, and all my favorite players were Korean. And all of the non-Koreans that I was cheering for, I mean, still there were some of them, but there's very, very few. And a lot of them had quit. Did argue that the narratives and the interest from the viewer population was attached to Koreans. Which isn't exactly wrong, but isn't right either, obviously. In that just that, I do think because, you know, they were winning everything, there was obviously more recognition when it came to the top 16 Koreans, basically. Because after the top 2 foreigners, you were like, who? What are they doing? They're participating in WSS America that no one gives a fuck about, you know, in the Challenger League? The fuck cares about these guys? So, you know, a guy like Showtime, even, would have been, you know, his first appearance in the region-locked WCS was, like, kind of like a, you know, people who paid really deep attention would know, but on the grander scale, people were like, oh man, Innovation's not here, TY's not here, Young isn't here, like, oh, who am I gonna cheer for? Oh god. You talk with people who are really happy with the worker change, but they say they do not plan to return to StarCraft 2? Yeah, that is a weird thing. People are obviously very eager to say, like, I return to StarCraft 2 and I love it. And fine, but you're talking to people who just straight up admit, they're like, it's a good idea. I'll never touch the game, though. Remember when being on a TL sidebar was life or death sentence for a stream? Hell yeah. When you first got added to the TL sidebar, it was a real achievement, man. Where are the StarCraft bloggers? Well, they're all dead. Just in case you're like, what are we doing here? Again, we are waiting for this game to end. And apparently it's not going to end soon. Maybe in like 5 minutes. If you want a full screen action with commentary, you can visit Steadfast Stream. Do you cheer more for foreigners that move to Korea? Yeah, for sure. I was Korean elitist. I'm sure I also thought the, I mean, not only was I a Korean elitist, I was like a macro elitist too. Early ZombieGrub had some problems. No, there's definitely I had a lot more respect for the players who seemingly did it all to try and be good at StarCraft. So moving to Korea, participating in Korean team houses, being a better macro player. I did not respect the cheesers who weren't Korean, I guess, and the non-Koreans who thought that they should be given region lock because they're just lazy. I don't think I was ever actually that severe, but it's more comical to paint me as being that drastic. Yeah, an opinion that the watch of us players watch Korean ones. Yeah, and you know another argument against region lock, which is like we're not going to see the best, and people want to see the best, and that's actually just, again, it's not untrue, but it's not totally true. Otherwise, like, you know, college football wouldn't be as fucking popular as it is. They aren't literally the best, but it's, I think, I don't know if it's more popular than NFL, but it's got some, it's like more popular, there's more money in it. There's like something. Obviously there's more people in it. Just the sheer number of players, but yeah. Mr. Chaz, thank you for the 50 months. This game looks like a game they'd have played out on. Yeah, right. Looks pretty similar. So excited when States. Yeah, I liked State. It's going to debut in Pro League only for Classic to skill check them. Rough. Hey, everybody in the chat getting bits. Oh, speaking of money, I forgot to reward people. People who bet on the underdog. Congratulations. Have any of the StarCraft 2 community near hang out around WoF? As a former Silver 2v2 player, Protoss, I think my opinion matters the most. It was funny. Well, GG Machine's gonna win. I think I can say that with some certainty, some amounts. I don't know, 25 Terran army supply. It's pretty impressive. There's like 50 army supply from the Zerg in the sky. Alright. Yep, there it is. There it is. We did it. We did it. It's done. Doesn't college blank have the benefit of I know someone who knows someone? Well, it has the benefit of just, you know, literally people coming from that college. It does, but then this is... I didn't say that there was no other reasons. But I was arguing that seeing the best players isn't the only reason people watch stuff. Esports will probably never have that type. Like the problem will always exist for esports being a problem is that it is too international, basically. It's there is no building a homegrown esports team, even if you force millions of dollars into it. And if you don't have a homegrown team, you also don't have like a home stadium. where you can actually sell tickets and sponsors and jerseys and shit. Which I think will always hold esports back. And then as soon as you're like, well, you know, that's not totally true. We cheer for our countrymen. So people were... I watched a little bit of EVO yesterday, and, you know, the crowd was obviously cheering the most for the American top 8 in, Tekken, I think it was. I don't know if he did well. But that's, you know, then you start needing to talk about bringing people from literally all over the world to an event to make that type of allegiance pop up, and that obviously is very expensive. And still doesn't really promote, you know, the home too much. Yeah, I've heard that. I guess the interview was it's been talked about, I think, from a lot of perspectives, that Overwatch was never supposed to be what they turned it into, which is just not surprising at all to hear. I think when everyone heard Overwatch League was happening, everyone assumed that it was a top-down decision, that someone who's completely really outside of the circle of people who actually know and are interested in esports went, hey, this is the new thing. Sponsorships and big money happen at upper levels of play, yeah. I never said that they didn't. Like, Counter-Strike, clearly, it's still breaking viewership records. And it almost always has a huge crowd, no matter where it shows up. But I think that it would be even better if somehow you really did have the Ukrainian team versus the Polish team versus the French team, which you kind of get, you know, Vitality and Na'Vi, but... And, their pro league would probably, you know, actually make even more money than it does just for its viewership if it was able to be placed somewhere, you know, around, you know, multiple places around a country that you can then go and cheer for the team that pops up at your stadium. Which I want to say that CS Pro League has actually taken a hit recently, but I didn't really look into why. You're irritated by folks inserting nationality into sports. I'd never be irritated by it. I mean, it's such a part of life. I can't move a boulder either, you know? It's just gonna be there. It's gonna be there. It's gonna block my way no matter what I do. Alright. Thank you. I don't think home stuff can be overvalued. I just think it's not. There's never going to be a way that you can do it with esports. Forcing it with esports will be overvalued because it's never going to reach the size or what's the word? Kind of credibility. It's never going to be going to the ball arena to watch the Nuggets if you live in Colorado. Just because it's your home team and your home stadium, and it's something to do. Or baseball right now, which is really kind of seeing a bit of a resurgence, I guess, because it remains one of the cheapest sports to actually go and watch. Cheapest tickets, cheaper food as well. Lower bracket continues on with Here and Rain Shameless. It's gonna be on Steadfast stream. I want to check out this PVZ, but they have not made the lobbies yet. French StarCraft team and Finnish StarCraft team. Well, obviously, another aspect for StarCraft is that we just got rid of teams entirely, basically. It's pretty difficult to say that you're cheering for a team in StarCraft. There's a little bit. You know, people like Roddy, they like Basilisk. If you do happen to like every player who signs on a team, then you like that team. But it's not like I was with Pro League. You're scared to check it? I'm gonna check it.
Assuming control.
Infesta X. Mr. X. Thank you for that raid. As it looks like we're getting into Christianer versus GG Machine. I'm gonna get a 15-minute bet because it's PvZ, so it'll probably last a decent bit. Alright, so I went to go and open... Oh, okay, good. It did load. I went to open the feedback thread, and then it looks like it wasn't gonna work. So what am I... I'm gonna be honest with you. Until that tweet, I didn't actually know that this was still a thing. I don't know. I guess I have seen, I've clicked on links to threads and then laughed at bad BattleNet takes, but I've never in my life seen this interface. This is brand new to me. What am I supposed to click on? Because it just linked me here. It didn't link me to a particular thread. So they just want you to post in general, I guess? Alright, it seems like it's pretty bad, but maybe we'll introduce the players first. Hold on. And then I'll use my ears to listen if anything important happens. But it's a PvZ on 8 workers. Nothing's gonna happen for the first 5 minutes. Bottom left, Christianer. Top right, GG Machine. Let's Alt-Tab, bring that FPS down. And check this out. Alright. Stop playing. Personal thoughts. Void Seeker. That's oddly close to Void Legacy. I think this patch is horrible. Alright, that's 2 for patch bad. That's 3 for patch bad. That's 4 for patch bad. Why was this locked? Okay, it was deleted. This is just a totally random thing. Worst ever, that's probably bad. Oldest StarCraft 2 streamer? Rough. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious right now? Is this really something that he titles himself as the oldest StarCraft 2 streamer? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Well, anyway, he's still anti-patch, so way to do something right, Ruff. See, negative on installing. I propose a strike. That's negative. Weekly wine. I guess that's negative. I don't know. Feedback, really bad crap. That's bad. Oh wait, no, can't go back into the game. Nothing's happened in the game yet. Don't worry. Sarah merely Trader Zerg abused map hack and macro to sneak championship from talented Zerg. God bless True Swarm back to live server. Olivera Clem is Dick Terran. BattleNet. Oh, BattleNet. This is kind of pro. So, like, that's, okay, they're actually, yeah, they want to go back to 6 workers. Bad. Bad. That's bad. That's nothing. Man, a lot of people actually posted. I haven't even gotten to Ragnarok Kets yet. This is too long for me to read. Is there a TLDR? It was too aggressive. Kind of sounds like it's bad, but very modest take on it. Good job. Lack of reasoning, rushed, balanced, not like this. Bad. Okay, so it seems like most people think it's bad. This patch is trash. Thanks, Blizzard. I'm just gonna leave the game wherever I get a zerg opponent. That's bad. Wow. Way to go, Battle.net posters. Alright, anyway. It's almost 4 minutes, guys. We finally got something going on here. Adepts threatening drones. They killed one. So that was perfect timing. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Then something happens. Perfect. Do we need to know build orders? No. Don't worry about it. Apparently, speed is not done, but it will finish just in the nick of time. So, GG Machine. Yeah. Should have lost a few more. Christiana was really have his way. But here comes the Oracle. Good old Oracle. Christiana go for 2 base, 4 gas. I was going to ask, are you going to go for 3rd Nexus? As I was going to ask, we have it answered in a canceled gas. But I think I saw someone else do this. And I actually didn't know if it was because they're trying to fake out their opponent or not. If it was, because the Overlord hadn't moved yet, well, it doesn't work. You can still see it. Twilight Council is going to come down, so either... I mean, maybe just a changed mind. Didn't want to do it if the Overlord literally had not died yet. Maybe an oversight. But going into Twilight Council on the 3rd Nexus. I think this feedback on new patch... Form guidelines. Well, that's where I don't see one of those. I don't see where that thread is. And it didn't link me to it, so they're gonna have to link me to it. Psychology tells us folks are more likely to express negative sentiment. Yes. However, I will say that this is a very different... this is very different than StarCraft Reddit and Team Liquid, where it seems like Reddit has kind of been like 50-50 on bothering to post, so either you're positive or negative. And then Team Liquid has actually been, I'm going to say mostly positive towards the patch, but when I say that, remember it's like 6 out of the 8 people that actually bother posting on Team Liquid, so just take that with a grain of salt. So seeing that people, once they think that they're actually being heard, because maybe they don't go on Reddit, they definitely don't go on Team Liquid, but, you know, Blizzard posts something and they're actually going to bother posting something. If it's overwhelmingly negative, there is a certain point where you can't just hand wave it away and say, like, oh, well, you know, it's mostly negative people will talk anyway. Sorry if you can hear some work being done, by the way. They're fixing my window wells. But anyway, we do have an attack on the way. So Christianer, 41 probes, nothing saturating that 3rd base, 7 gateways, going for a good old, let's say, dedicated attack. The GG Machine does have a lot of lings, and unfortunately, those stalkers already take quite a beating. Still 10 stalkers alive, and the stasis trap just took down a chunk of lings. 4th base does look to be a goner, but another one is being built. And if GG Machine is able to hold, he's going to have a lair, +1 melee, and 21 more drones. That is quite a lot of drones to have, and still possibly defend a, let's say, 2.5 base committal. More Zealots coming on in here, as it's increasingly obvious that we only have Lings as an option. This hatchery also getting quite low. Could be targeted. It is going to be targeted. Transfuses are not going to be able to save it, and GG Machine doesn't want to run into 9 Zealots, even if they have no upgrades. Failings finally being morphed. Hydras could be made, but Christianer might have found GG Machine being too greedy. Certainly, I would argue that that should be the case. 20 more workers. GG Machine not recognizing the attack. Only got limited information. And he actually went to send his Overlord in. It's not quite game over yet, though. Despite losing 2 hatcheries, this third one did pop up to keep GG Machine on 3 bases. Only a couple of drones died, and we do still have upgrades and technology on the side of the Zerg. Maybe not enough, though. Maybe not enough. Christianer, still not building probes, still just all in. The Lings do need to protect the Hydras. The Queens kind of need to do so as well. It's gonna be a task of just keeping those numbers up. The Hydra numbers versus the Stalker numbers. With this round coming in from the Lings, forcing a big blink away. These are +1 melee Lings, so they do chew through Stalkers very quickly. Gotta be careful about overreaching, however, because I assume GG Machine is gonna have a larva problem. Actually going into the Hydras there is dangerous, but it looks like it's going to work out. Not quite the critical mass of Hydras that were necessary. Queens were not on the front lines to help them out. They do come through now with a couple of transfuses to try and save the day as more Hydras are being built, more Lings flooding in as well. Christianer just rallying across the map, barely holding on. Remember, he is the one that is all in. He is the one that needs to win here. Was that trade on the Hydras good enough? Did he shoot his own Oracle? Very possible. A lot of action was happening. He really needs to cut down the Hydra number again, though. 8 more are about to appear. He tries. He doesn't actually one-shot them. No Warp Prism, no Proxy Pylon coming in from this angle is certainly impacting his ability to win here. There we go. There's a one-shot. Couple more probes. A couple more probes. 7 more Hydras, +1 missile. Hydra range almost done as well. That's going to be a big boon. Speed had already been done. This hatchery, I don't know about targeting it at this point. That's a lot more Zerg on the way. Don't want to waste the shots. Drones are going to be pulled in here as well. More Hydras still ready to pop out. Queens again being brought to the front. This time Zealots might look a little less useful. They'll still tank, though. They'll absolutely still tank all these Hydra shots. +1 is done for the Hydras. Range is done for them, too. And the Stalkers just do not seem to be matching up. Critical mass has been reached. 15 Hydras versus 8 Stalkers. And Christianer cannot reinforce fast enough. Doesn't have the money, and that is going to be game. GG Machine holds on. But it was a fun game. But that is unfortunate just for the Protoss brethren out there. A unscouted, dedicated attack catches a Zerg with 20 more workers. And still doesn't win. And it's not like there was a grave mistake made, you know, where his Stalkers got surrounded before they got Blink or something. The 5th hatchery died. 4th hatchery died. It did also look like GG Machine did not have a larva problem, as I had guessed. I wasn't looking, you know, mineral to mineral, larva to unit, but it looked like his minerals were kept fairly low. And I realize that's also because he didn't have the perfect economy, but I just mean, usually if you are soling-based, and then he was transitioning over into Hydras, so there's also that. They're not as larva-intensive. But, you know, I think it'd be foolish to say that the larva rate did not impact that game. Alright, top right of Sanctuary down 1, it is Christianer. And on the bottom left, it is GG Machine. Must be that I no longer gotta use forums. I'm with you. Who uses forums anymore? All in, no charge. Blink all in's definitely a thing. Is it arguable that as soon as you saw it was a Ling-based style towards the beginning, that like charge would have been worth cutting a Stalker? He might have had to cut 2, actually, just because, you know, gas might have been on a razor-thin edge. It'd be interesting to see what would have happened if he had managed to fit in charge. But then, arguably, you know, he does have less than the Stalkers he had, and then maybe he doesn't kill that 4th hatch. But yeah, Blink Stalker only is definitely an all-in. That has and will exist. Zerg is overpowered. Zerg seems like it could be a touch strong. Some Zerg players who are very good seem to be willing to admit that. which is just real maturity from the Zerg players, first of all. The Zerg players who, with a straight face, said Broodlord Infestor was not broken, and then immediately after Heart of the Swarm released, kind of chuckled and went, yeah, no, it actually was pretty broken. Way to go! Taking accountability on day one. Really proud of you guys. This race has improved. It's just the maturity of 15 more years. God forbid Zerg be strong for a bit. Well, it just always sounds a bit silly to say that when, you know, the best player in the world is a Zerg player. I think there is a lot to be appreciated about people's appreciation of Zerg right now. Because I do think Zerg has had the short end of the stick as far as being the fun race. I mean, it's always been, almost always been, my least favorite race to play. And you know, some of the fun things that they did have, yeah, were nerfed. But there's obviously got to be some amount of counterbalancing. If it is too strong, well then how about we don't nerf it, we buff other people, which is kind of the discussion that I feel like smart people have about the patch and where StarCraft 2 has ended up, which is that, you know, it's not that the worker start had anything to do with it, because it absolutely doesn't. But rather that a lot of aggressive tactics have been nerfed. But if Zerg players universally agree that they feel better, and it's not just because they're winning more, and that's always hard to tell, but let's give them some credit. Let's say a lot of them are being very legitimate, and they just think it feels better, then great. And maybe this is just something that you need to buff the other races. Zerg Cabal was true all along. I absolutely do not believe that whoever made this patch was Zerg favored. I don't know who they would be favored to be fair. I kind of felt like it was Terran, just because Terran is obviously the touch the least, so we get to just kind of continue playing StarCraft for the most part, where everyone else is the ones that has to kind of figure it out, especially Protoss. But I have such a strong feeling that I know exactly what went down at HQ. Between like the 1 or 2 or 3 people that were looking into this, which is that they made the worker change. People were like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Macro mechanics were changed in Legacy of the Void, so this can't possibly turn out to be fair. And they were like, oh fuck, that is a good point. Hold on. What do we do, guys? What do we do? Do we give him a fourth larva in the inject? No, right? Because we don't want to admit that Legacy of the Void, you know, did something right. No, we're gonna increase the larva rate. Okay, we fixed it. And then they pat themselves in the back and say they did a good job. Anyhow. You need to chill the fuck out? I mean, you're presenting Zerg as a race who actually just took being bad on the chin or something. You guys had the right to complain with whatever you wanted to complain with for years, sure. And on the other side, if you are too strong, other people get to also complain. Equality. Equity. Whatever. Obviously, we are past a point of it being, I guess, an engaging game. Or starting to get engaging. You know what I mean. We are now into the thick of things. The Adepts coming out here with Resident Glaives, still a little bit away. Christianer is once again going to be rather dedicated. A single Oracle was made, that's it. Hasn't done a whole lot in this game. That's okay, the Adepts are looking to do far more. Again, Resident Glaives, though, not yet done. Proxy Pylon. Fast warpins, guys. This isn't as dedicated as that last game. More probes are being built. And the chances of these Adepts finding damage is still up there. Baneling Nest is done. But no Banelings have actually been formed. So hopefully we're going to catch sight of, oh, it's a lot of Adepts. That is more than just a little drive-by. Some Banelings are going to be necessary. Christiana are going to be able to see the banelings are being formed. As you split against the banelings, the lings get better surrounds. Going up to the main, probably a good idea. Yeah, I'd say go for it. A little split, now somewhat guarded by the minerals themselves. This is a great place to try and tackle this ling-baneling composition. And the drones are going to start falling. GG Machine also, you know, forced to make so many lings, which are not really what you would want against the depths in an ideal situation. Is already hurt on drone production, so to lose even more here, and more and more and more and more and more lings as well. Clearly a very good attack from Christiana, who takes an almost 20 worker lead. It's pretty good. So then I'm back to watch it. Hey, hold on, before we give the patch too much credit, let's make sure that context is given here. I've also been playing and watching a lot less Deadlock in the last 3 weeks, and not because of the patch, but because of Deadlock's patch, actually. And it's a complete lack of updates. It's actually it's as of like yesterday, I think, it's the longest amount of time that Deadlock has gone without an update. A significant update, I should say. They've had a couple of balance patches. Little Baneling Ling counterattack completely stopped in its tracks by this totally MVP Oracle. What a stasis trap. And it bullies away the Banelings that shouldn't have gone in anyway. GG Machine trying to build back up in the drone count, but as they finally get to a decent drone count with 15 more busting out here, that is pretty much when Christiana is ready to go with the follow-up attack of Charge Archon with a Warp Prism. More time will have to be bought if GG Machine hopes to build an army that can do anything about this. He actually, I could have sworn he was building a Hydralisk Den during the depth attack. He must have canceled it. Makes sense, but now only rebuilding it as the army again is on its way. How do you stop that? I do appreciate the new sound effects and the new music. It appropriately plays when you're in a game. Ling Baneling just does not look like it's going to be strong enough. Although some of the things, yeah, okay, maybe. A little more control could have been had, but I think we're just looking at overwhelming numbers. Oh my god. Oh, gee, I thought he was going up to 70 drones. He actually went up to 80 drones with those 15. I wonder what would have happened if he had stopped on 65. Maybe he could have held. It's still not great for a Zerg, of course. And, well, he didn't have a Hydralisk then anyway. Maybe it was intentional? You're giving Blizzard way too much credit. If it was intentional to bring back Zerg or to give them more fun options, they would have listed that in the overview of the patch. You know what they listed as the overview of the patch and then had the audacity to tweet as if it was still legitimate, despite 3 weeks of testing proving that it wasn't? Was that it was supposed to increase the variety for all 3 races. There's some open beta. Oh, I think the lack of Deadlock updates is just, yeah, the next one's going to be even bigger. I definitely believe that. It's required. The patch has required you to play at a faster pace as a Protoss. See, that's what most people would say is the opposite. And hoping is the opposite. I argue that, again, first 2 minutes certainly slower, but the rest of StarCraft just as stressful as ever. The last patch, if you mean the last patch is in the Urn patch that was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, yeah, that did the opposite. You know, it's been one of the worst periods, I think, of Deadlock. If you're talking about the Old Gods patch, that's their major content that is like 6 months ago now. That, I mean, that definitely brought people in. Question, if Zerg was hypothetically underpowered and they were buffed to make it more balanced, might it feel initially like Zerg was OP? You're talking about something... Someone posted this exact argument on Reddit, which is the argument that, you know, like a lot of feminists will use or something. If you're used to inequality, equality feels like oppression. Yeah, I've seen that before. You meant the urn. Yeah, the urn patch is pretty much why I stopped playing. They tried to figure out the urn, and I don't think they've done a good job. I think it actually changed the experience for, particularly like it. People will always argue like the best deadlock will look similar, which has always been running around for the urn even before it got changed. But I would say that for like 90% of the player base, there is basically more ways to play depending on how active and communicative you want it to be. Which is actually a good thing, because, yeah, as soon as everyone recognized you needed to do the urn and it became just nonstop hero battles, I got a lot less interested. Whereas before, there was some merit to being the farmer and the assassin picking off, and now it just doesn't feel as fun. Like, also, it seems like the urn has way too much importance, so even if you try and trade a walker, and technically it's supposed to be a better trade, it actually ends up overall not being a better trade. Anyway. No, that's all deadlock stuff. But anyway. The whole... Now it just feels more even, as Christianer does block the hatchery, which people are saying is a must now. Which, some people would argue it was a must before this patch, but let them argue that out. There certainly might be something to it. The fear is still that because the world's best players are Zerg, there will be... They will show the way, and it will be, well, I guess, yeah, overwhelmingly Zerg favored, and basically, we don't want that. I think Protoss has had its time to show that it being the most played race is not the most fun. However, I was there when Zerg was the most played race, and that was also not fun. I was also there when Terran was the most played, and by played I mean like they appear in the most open cups, the players that actually show up in top 16 populated by this race. Anytime a race was dominant, whether or not they were strictly balanced or not, I mean, it's never been fun. And I certainly don't mind seeing more Zergs, but I would be afraid that I'd see far less Protoss. For every Zerg that comes back and they're like, I feel better, it feels great, feels amazing, you get a Protoss that is like, feels clunky, feels stupid, feels unnecessary. And as I've always said, I think there's going to just be basically no net change one way or another as far as the player base. The chance of them putting it all back, very low. Because at this point, it would also be stupid in its own way. I mean, they're gonna implement, they're gonna draw back the patch as people finally kind of get used to it, and there's gonna be a whole lot of crying about that too. Got a little 2-base on the way, which yeah, you don't see these too much anymore. Proxy pylon being set up from Christianer. Machine, very, very aware of the lack of third nexus. Actually gets an Overlord in. It's gonna see the Twilight Council. Yeah, yep. Not that there'd be many other things to see with a bunch of gateways, but I see the Twilight Council. It could be Blink, it could be Resident Glaives. This is something that a Ling would want to see what's being built. Adepts or Stalkers. Well, actually, no, it has to be Resident Glaives, doesn't it? There's no third gas. Never mind. So he actually, and I think he scouted that too. Yeah. So, must know that's Adepts. Roachborn is already on the way. And a couple of Adepts even found out is not a bad start. Dark Shrine follow-up could be a could be a problem. GG Machine actually with at least one, no, two default spores against perceived Stargate openers. And then the potential of a Dark Shrine. Huh. You know, I kind of did bear it, but not quite. Not exactly. Because Brulin and Fester definitely brought the Zergs up in Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty started with the Terran dominance. That is a lot of Adepts and not a lot of Roaches so far. GG Machine might have been a little late to actually start building his army. Nice little block with the Evolution Chamber. Back to the third base we go. Ling's trying to be on top, but these mineral lines proving to be quite a nuisance. Drones are being pulled maybe over to the natural where they'll stay. Just so that, yeah, the Roaches can maybe push them out to the right. But it's a lot of lost mining time. 9 drones killed. With the Roaches finally popping, you can see that GG Machine feels like he's got enough to actually kill the unit. So going back into drones does need to happen sooner rather than later. No lair, so if a Spore Crawler dies here, that could very well be game over. GG Machine doesn't know for a fact that it is going to be a Dark Shrine follow-up. This is certainly not an uncommon one to this build. So another Spore Crawler is being built in his now saturated mineral line. Very cautious, but very on-point play here. As a lair also could maybe eventually provide an Overseer. I know I saw a DT. Oh, it's used defensively. The proxy pylon was killed, and he didn't send him across the map. I guess seeing that there was a building Spore Crawler and 2 already in the bases was just a little too much to risk attacking with those Dark Templars. Still a threat. Just 1 backstabbing as GG Machine thinks he can finally move out. Can buy you crucial seconds, crucial drone kills. Maybe now better used as defenders and Archons. You decided to try the current patch. You actively dislike it. Me too, buddy. Me too. What are your reasons? That juicy Mothership Core? People who like the Mothership Core are actually demons to me. You are spawns of hell. Adepts still looking for any positive trade they can take, and that does include taking on the Lings to an extent. So, as long as the Adepts are kept alive, there's not a complete removal of any aggression that just opens up the way for GG Machine to run across the map. More power to the ladies. I think the Mothership Core was one of the stupidest designed units. I feel like it's the definition of a band-aid for StarCraft. Christianer not really getting a whole lot of probes, was he? Something that hopefully GG Machine is paying a little more attention to than I was. It's still a mostly Adept-based army. No Blink, no +1. A couple of force fields proven to be effective as Ravagers were not yet built. GG Machine was not so aware of the lack of probes being a problem, it seems like.
Under attack.
This might do well for Christianer. 2 Archons now added into the mix. Still no Ravagers. Nice little block again. No. Oh, yep. Barely got it. Second drone almost picked him over, but then the drones go back to mining, and so it's just completely useless almost. Still force the Adepts around a bit of a longer way, so as they shade out, it's not complete safety, I suppose. 6 drones went down there. Third hatchery is dead, however, and there's no replacement hatchery on the way, unlike that first game. Christianer also still has a Nexus, so if he did build back probes, it would actually be mining. I cannot say the same for GG Machine. He's going to go for maybe a rather desperate counterattack. Already a couple seconds bought by Adepts. This is definitely... It's looking very desperate, even though we're also crabbing +1 missile and a third hatch. You can pretty quickly tell this ain't going to work. A lot of Stalkers being warped in. Could have been great against the Roaches, but they're also going to be getting Blink eventually. More Archons could be morphed in to help out. A shield battery also could have been there. Lots of reasons why Christianer was not going to lose to a counterattack. It also, like, I mean, to really make you guys just, like, recoil back in disgust, okay? Prepare yourselves. The mothership core is like Celestials. That's what they were called, right? Like the Stormgate unit that sucked. The race that sucked. They basically just took the mothership core and was like, what if the entire race was like the mothership core? Even if it's balanced, it doesn't look or feel good. Watching a single unit pop out of the Nexus, float across the map, and then start like pew, pew, pew on top of a single Marine or a single Queen was just the stupidest looking shit. And then, oh god, I mean, the only reason that the pylon overcharge was fun was because Karabot put it in its Legacy of the Void trailer. Anyway, Roach Ravager is an improvement over the previous army, but still not really all that great. +1 missile will also almost be done. And I gotta say, having lost 25 drones, as we actually have some probe damage being done too, and a third hatch, now twice, GG Machine is still kind of in it here. This upgrade, which I thought was just so far-fetched, will absolutely impact this game. The Ravagers are that important upgrade from the previous army that can either break force fields, which there you go, or just force splits, force retreats from the Protoss army. That's still pretty crucial, and a big difference from any Heart of the Swarm counterpart that people might like to compare the game now to. Probes did go down, but we're still talking about fairly, I was gonna say, safe 3-base setup here for Christianer compared to a 2-base of GG Machine. Sentry's almost full in energy again. Christianer thinking that maybe getting upgrades is also a good idea. Clearly he's not just gonna win this game easy peasy. Takes a lot of corrosive biles to the face. Was focused on all these force fields, collecting maybe a dozen roaches there. Still a lot to get through. Not only does Zerg still have better larvae in this situation, and after killing their third hatch, they also have more resources to stay on. To say that they're still kicking. By now, I'm almost certain all of these minerals would be gone. Definitely, for sure, 100% all these minerals would be gone. And the natural would also start to be running out of its lower mineral patches. So this is why GG Machine can hold on. Although he's still taking unideal trades without a third base. Trying to take the triangle one now. Force fields no longer available. All the sentries get taken out, leaving just Stalker without upgrades. Still a sizable number of Blink Stalkers. I don't think you're really going to be running into that. Gotta be very careful. Might look like you've opened up an opportunity, but gotta respect the Blink Stalker. That's also a funny line, yeah. Alarak's funny. Christianer thinking about getting a gas. Maybe was thinking of including, you know, maybe possibly even going up to Storm. Maybe thinks better of it once you go into just basically a pure charge Stalker army, which doesn't need more than 4 gases. GG Machine with a lot of Ravagers now, too. Steadily building up that count. 16 of them. You got that extra range. You got the corrosive bile. I guess they naturally have speed, but roach speed is done. This is a much better army. And without that +1, the Stalkers are lacking a little bit. But here comes that +1. Christianer also managed to get to a bit more of a concave on his end. If GG Machine to continue pushing, he might have actually taken that fight. Forced to recall to a decent number of roaches, killing, again, 8 probes. So 22 probes have been killed in total. Now we look like we've matched worker damage, but again, you gotta consider the time of which this damage was done. It's supposed to be that Christianer did not have his economy hit all that bad. We'll just check the income graph for that. Sorry, I need to just pause the ads and Alt-Tab, so you don't miss out on the epic conclusion, finale of Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, yeah, you can see here. Lots of blue on the income advantage. Decent amount of red, however, still only army size. And since Christianer didn't go into a super high-tech army, you know, Immortals and Archons and Storm, this army supply is good enough. It has been good enough for GG Machine. You start to add in those units I just mentioned, and yes, Roach Ravager becomes increasingly worse. Christiana are going to go for a 4th base at the same time that Chi-Chi Machine does, which is supposed to just be an absolutely terrible sign for the Zerg. But, you know, keep in mind both of them are also starting to run out of minerals in both their main and natural, so they're pretty equivalent on that factor. +2 on the way for both of them. GG Machine needs to make sure not to get too pushed into his own base. I mean, once he loses the concave, things get really messy. Infestors are on the way out, and that is an excellent addition. Infestors, if you can get to them. They're a little expensive, but if you can get to them, then just 1 or 2 can make a huge impact against Twin-Stalkers. Really against any army that Christiana would be throwing their way. I haven't really seen that abundance of charge left that I expected. In fact, they're appearing now as a run-by. Fungal also good against them. Same on Archons if they were included. There's the first Fungal. Yep, gonna capture it, but the Infestor does die for it. Hopefully we get a lot of Stalkers too. Oh, good lord, that was a lot of corrosive bile damage. Tons of Stalkers going down. Exactly what GG Machine was hoping for, as he also is mindful enough to split against Zealots, who were clearly, I think, they definitely got the hatchery. So they cancel, not kill. But then it looks like almost they wanted to go back to the main army. They weren't actually attacking. Chi-Chi Machine holding on, but Christiana takes a 4th base and a 5th. And even though both of them are on a very low worker count, because they are mining out of the main and natural, Christiana actually kind of saturates his 4th. He just transferred the main and natural probes. GG Machine still very mindful of the situation overall as he loses his 3rd hatch. Unfortunately, could not stop the snipe. Is at least going to rip and tear through the probe line on that 4th base. 13 probes do go down. This 5th, also at least known about. It's going to be hard for Christiana to potentially hold on to both 4th and 5th, and their Fungal also coming down here. Lots of corrosive bile. Christiana with some last-second slow splits mitigates the damage. But this game is still on a razor-thin edge. If Christiana over-invests into an attack, he gets overly aggressive, runs into a Fungal, or just simply underestimates the power of Roach Ravager, a counterattack will be brutal. If GG Machine cannot expand... This is pretty simple math here. He cannot expand, having almost 0 mining. Will eventually lose the game. Christiana should definitely just be on the defensive at this point. There's no reason he needs to go more bases. Zealots on top of these Ravagers doing an excellent job. As Microbial Shroud was used, but the Zealots, they don't care about that. Those Zealots just, no way for GG Machine to run away from them, I suppose, so he just kind of let the army sit and prayed. GG's. Zerg lost? Buff Zerg. Glad you have a sense of humor. You Zerg. Supremacist, there you go. So Christiana will make it to the grand finals, which isn't too common for him. Has happened. But taking out Max Packs from this and potentially Hero Marine, both of them in the lower bracket will face each other if they win their respective... wait, no, this actually should have already advanced. Yeah, okay, no, I didn't have 5, sorry. Max Packs and Hero Marine did happen, and Hero Marine won, so... We have balance, guys. The patch works. StarCraft 2 is officially balanced. Top 3, 1 of each race. Take that, David Kim. How hard is this game to balance? Not hard at all. So GG Machine versus Hero Marine. Should be a good TVZ. And it's a best of 3 as well. Wow, everyone voted on GG Machine. Christianer against the odds. Why are you so sad, Dimitri? Is it 'cause Japan lost? I know. EVO was pretty fun. I thought 2XKO looked pretty good. Still not the best name I've ever heard for a video game, but thing is, I think that fighting games look fun, and then I actually try and play them, and then like learn about them, and it just doesn't tickle my brain the right way. Apparently the Disruptor kind of had a ninja nerf to it. Something about how it interacts now that they have the fake shot. I don't know what to call it. The zoning that it has now. Well, I'm not really looking forward to GTA. I haven't played GTA since Vice City. I guess technically I tried 4, but I mean, not for very much. The thing is, I think it can be a very fun game. I just, ever since... I can't say it's because of StarCraft 2, honestly. Probably actually since World of Warcraft. Yeah. I think I haven't really looked forward to a game because I don't play that many games. I'm gonna start a prediction. I am in lobby. Let's just put the screen on, but I am gonna also BRB. And I'm back. Can I hit you up about the WoW streamer collab? Yeah, that could be fun. Learning fighting games like not playing RTS at all and jumping into Brood War. Pretty much, because, you know, if I say I played fighting games when I was younger, I mean, it's very much a kid playing a fighting game. Just button mash. Button mash and hope you get the cool thing that looks cool. You know? I really liked playing Bloody Roar. I was pretty good at that compared to my brothers. I was definitely the best Smash player out of my family, as a lot of people on the internet can say. Alright, so the best of 3 lower bracket finals is going to be a TVZ. We'll see how this matchup has changed. Probably hasn't. The bottom left it is Hero Marine, top right it is GG Machine. What of Snorecraft, am I right? Now, World of Warcraft still is such a... I have very fond memories, you know, and I did try and get back into it every once in a while. I remember the last time I tried to get back into it, I guess was Wrath of the Lich King remaster or whatever, classic. But yeah. I was reading something on Reddit. Someone was comparing something to Wrath of the Lich King. Oh, I think it was a Final Fantasy discussion, actually. Which I think actually happened around the same time, but I don't quite remember. But that Final Fantasy X and Wrath of the Lich King kind of felt like similar in that, like, it seems like it had like the highest player base of those games, you know, and was very like well reviewed and highly regarded and very nostalgic at this point for a lot of people. But it introduced mechanics that would then go on to be more controversial. And I found that pretty amusing, because I think I agree. Not that I know too much about World of Warcraft mechanics. I mean, I was raiding and playing a lot of dungeons, Wrath of the Lich King, but I wasn't really hardcore. So I don't know what ended up being, you know, worse as the game went on, because I stopped in Cataclysm. But for Final Fantasy, they're, you know, mostly talking about how, like, Final Fantasy X introduced the lack of mini-map in overworld map. And then when you got on your airship, you couldn't go over a whole little map. You had to just click where you wanted to go. Little pull first action coming out from GG Machine. Which, you know, we've had pull first in Legacy of the Void. I'm not just saying this to compare it to the 8 Workers. I'm just, you know, history. Thing is that even if you do it, what we're seeing right now, right? Like, the Reaper goes across the map, goes, oh shit, and then runs back home. Just kind of stopped being as effective for Zerg players to bother doing this. You know, I think when the follow-up Roach Ravager attack was more popular, we had that meta, then this was far scarier. So this is why you would have to, you know, be very careful about sending your Reaper immediately back, because you needed to make sure you weren't being follow-up all-ins. In this case, it is not going to be a follow-up all-in. This really is just trying to get that command center delayed. Maybe a couple of SCVs. So far, I believe SCVs have not died. One died. So a pretty perfect handling. And this is a pretty good example of how StarCraft just advances by people figuring things out. Because I don't know if... I mean, what would you say actually nerfed that pool first into Roach Ravager all-in? Like a direct nerf to it. I don't think there was, right? Not that I can think of. But it as a meta kind of came and went. Maybe map size maybe was a factor in that meta. But then I think you also just had people get way better. There's not nearly as much of like, oh god, panic, oh Jesus Christ! Oh my god, the Reaper comes back, oh no, they're actually going Roach Ravager, oh, who saw that coming? You just have here Marine show you know, pretty much the perfect way to deal with that, I guess. Second Factory is an interesting addition here. GG Machine. I have to deal with a lot of 2 bases today, apparently. You didn't play WoW, that's why you have a good education. Solid. Facts. I was actually such a good student while I was raid leader, though. I was like the, you know, epitome of a good student and good work-life balance, I suppose. Study-life balance. If playing World of Warcraft is the life part. Anyway. I did teach a StarCraft class in college. The NYU Game Center. Yeah, unless we're starting workers here. So we're getting a little 2-factory action. Hellion Cyclone appearing a little earlier. The Cyclone part of it anyway. Then if you had obviously gone into 3cc. I assume a 3cc will come out. But maybe it depends on how much damage this does. Third Factory is being slapped down. Eventually, you'll still be able to afford a third. Here Marine's Blue Flame attack. Only now being scouted as it arrives. A single Cyclone that gets added on thanks to that second factory First of all, it can kill overlords, so that's already damaged, but then also can really take out these queens if you decide to take a head-on engagement. Human decides not to do that, but then just run those Hellions right on in there. Lings not nearly plentiful enough to try and take on Blue Flame. Blue Flame. I guess the scan was for high ground vision. I don't actually know what this is for. Drones are being barbecued. Roachwarren is not yet done. More damage sure to come, and GG Machine just had zero idea that Here Marine was 2 base in it. Poor GG Machine. He's ready to flex those Zerg larva muscles in a mid to late game. And people just keep trying to kill him instead. Someone posted me saying that we have balance. Whoever did this, you're fired. Your Terran main, but that roasting was... Oh, the drone roasting, yeah. Barbecue. Top left here, Marine. Bottom right, GG Machine. I assume they named themselves GG Machine because it's like... They play a lot and they get a lot of good games. More GG, more better. But I remember when I first saw this guy on a tournament, and I did take 1 second to go, is this GG Machine? And then I went, nah, definitely not. That machine does sometimes stream Brood War. But not StarCraft. So here, Marine, well, that wasn't the only time he's ever brought out a cheese to a Zerg player. Earlier on in the tournament, he also brought out a Hellbout attack, and it wasn't against GG Machine? I think it... No, it was... Okay, yeah, because he actually lost 2-0. To GG Machine to be put down in the lower bracket. Oh, okay. So some serious revenge happening there. That was a cathartic drone roast. He catharted. More GG, more skill. White Raw had a lot of bangers. A lot of good lines. Should be a book of White Raw. Actually, there is. I was thinking of, like, quotes, but White Raw did Kickstarter a book. The way that Kickstarter happened was a little weird. But, I mean, it did get full, and I guess it'll be released at some time. So if you ever want to learn more about White Raw, if you're like, who the hell is White Raw? Well, I don't blame you. He hasn't really done anything in StarCraft since... Well, he did a little streaming for it because he was advertising for his Kickstarter. But so before that... I don't know. Well, I assume the book is supposed to be coming out. Oh! Oh, well, that's not great. Yeah, scheduled for the release was months ago. Okay, that's bad then. That's bad. We do once again have this early pool action, but then, hey, look at this. We're actually going to get that follow-up roach attack. So, this was not a thing at all on 6 workers. Well, I don't know if a pure roach attack was ever a follow-up. I don't remember that much. But as far as the real meat of this, the thing that actually breaks a Terran Ravager, I guess, that obviously did not exist back with 6 workers. Yes, this is why I said that the Kickstarter was a little weird. So the Kickstarter initially for like a month, let's say it lasted 2 months, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but let's just go with that. The first month, like for a pretty legitimate amount of time, very little interest in it, despite a good amount of publicity with, you know, Reddit and his streaming and stuff. about as much as you can expect when it comes to StarCraft. And there's like very little support, you know, like 1,500 euros or something. Because I remember being like, well, this is, you know, this. I'm not surprised. Like I feel like it's a very hard draw, and the ask, the amount of money that's being asked is pretty insane. And then I didn't check on it for a few weeks, and then boom, suddenly it was fully funded, and I was like, what the hell happened? And I certainly can't say that it wasn't just someone who was, you know, really loved White Raw and gave him a bunch of money, but.
Command center.
It's a bit odd. Here, Marine. I thought he knew about the roaches, but he really doesn't look like he did. He does have a second factory, however, and so... I mean, the Marauder coming out with a tech lab might just be enough. Yeah, definitely raise those supply depots. The Hellions clearly will not do a whole lot, but... This is not a super all-in, as in we're just gonna flood Lings and Roaches. In fact, I'm not even bothering to build those Ravagers I was talking about. And the Hellions and the Marauder especially will eventually tear down these Roaches. 3 SCVs have fallen. Make that 4, 5, and 6, no doubt. Yeah. Mule might have been a little preemptive. Here, Marine realized that too. Definitely doesn't want to lose that. For 6 Roaches and 2 Lings, a little hit to your economy just for doing the opener build. For 7 SCVs. Yeah, I guess that might be enough. The thing is, if it was a 3rd CC, it'd be definitely 100% not enough. But as it is 2 factory, assuming the 2 factory doesn't get any revenge damage done, which is clearly a lot to assume, then that might have been enough. But we're getting a lot of damage done by these 4 Hellions. 10 drones go down. A little more lost mining time, perhaps. A couple more drones. Yeah, so that just took the wind out of those sails, and it was already kind of a questionable win to begin with. I'm like, well, the Zerg loses drones, and now I feel a little more confident saying I don't think that was enough. But it is a new Zerg. It's a new day. New larva. Was a handful of people buying the dinner with White Raw? Yeah. Which, they exist. People who are totally unconnected to anything, who just love StarCraft, and especially the good old days. I actually had more of a theory that maybe it was already kind of funded for publish, but since it hasn't been published, then that's out the window. And now we've got another Kickstarter with false promises. That is unfortunate. People certainly doing some new stuff. I mean, all of this has already been seen, and will be seen again. These are not new builds, but they are, being used more. It's hard to argue that this exact game would have happened, with the previous patch. Here, Marine probably does just go fast 3cc. Whether that's because it's not viable now, which I don't think is true, or more so because the situation does seem to be to kill the Zerg before they get to a certain point. Well, gotta ask here, Marine. GG Machine is still in a decent amount of trouble. Only 3 bases, 52 drones. We are building up an army. That's because we kind of need to. This is something that needs to defend the Hellion Cyclone of Hero Marine, who's going to be adding on. Oh, that's mean. That's nasty. Follow-up 2-port Banshee. Oh, don't do that. That's so mean. Yeah, GG Machine isn't going to get any scouting on that anytime soon. And even if he did, honestly, affording what he needs to deal with it would also be very annoying, because it's not just building spores and queens. I mean, this guy has basically 0 creep spread because of all the pressure that Hero Marine's been applying. And it would take any amount of aggression out of the equation. Like, Hero Marine would never have to worry about being hit by any amount of Zerg units. Banshees would always defend. Well, GG Machine might be regretting that opener entirely. You know, there's certainly, you could just say, okay, I should have made 10 Lings just to stop the Hellions from being able to free fire alongside the Queens, but I would say the opener just wasn't that great. It's more so supposed to, find someone who is going 3cc, bus up to the main, and then even potentially, like, you know, stall at 3cc. As usual, the new patch, new meta is created. I wouldn't go that far, guys. As I said in the beginning, I think it's a wait and see. Obviously, with any patch, things are experimented with. It just naturally encourages people to try something different. But there's still a lot of games that look near identical to the previous patch. GG Machine. Might have just gotten away with a little more of the macro game last time these two played in this tournament. I don't know, I didn't watch it. But I think Zerg is gonna lose. Buff Zerg. Tunneling Claws is a cute little addition here. And not totally unheard of as a response to mech. Not typically battle mech, though. But I do love the idea. This is the only thing you can do with limited map presence at all. Kind of sneak some roaches over into the mineral lines. Also, maybe getting a scout. No, the Banshees already appeared. Just kidding. The Banshees were deflected, but it feels like a very temporary thing. We were talking about 4 Queens and 3 Spore Crawlers. The Banshees could actually overwhelm that should they decide to, but the roaches have caused problems. 2 Banshees will help take care of the main. Missile turrets being put down, never be surprised again. The Banshees that flew into the main and then left, maybe because Heromarine was distracted, actually missed the incoming Roach Ravager army that they could have been wailing away on this entire time. However, there's still a lot of battle mech available and reinforcing Banshees, which do not have a response. Third hatchery is going to die. Machine gonna lose all the Queens as well. Let's hope Larva is better. Fungal is good. Fungal is helpful. It doesn't last long enough. GG's. Here, Marine dispatches GG Machine with a quick 2-0 as revenge for the earlier 2-0. And that'll be Hero Marine versus Christianer. So all the matchups here today, guys. How about that? David Kim has done it again. Still not enough Zerg signing up. It's like twice the amount, 3 times the amount as before, where there's, you know, 1 Zerg signing up, but still need more. Don't you worry. The more that word gets out, Zerg is good, the more they'll all come slithering back. What the? What's up? The amount, again, the amount of random ass accounts, either new accounts or accounts with their posts history hidden, or in this case, a guy named Cavid Dim who posted 7 years ago as the last post. Now posting about some amount of balance with the new patch is just very odd. Some guy remembered he had an alt account. I was like, oh, I could have done that. Nearly reaching rocket science level? Well, I wasn't the one doing rocket science. It was everyone I quoted that was doing rocket science. I hear rocket scientists also use graphs. Exactly. Rocket scientists use graphs. StarCraft 2 economy guys. They're not really professors, are they? They use graphs. What is the difference here? It's not my graphs. I'm not a dork. You're a dork. Main and WoW. Oh, the one I played the most of. Hard to say exactly, actually. I guess I probably played the most out of my Blood Elf Priest. But I also played a lot on my Blood Elf Death Knight. They were all Blood Elves. I needed to be pretty. Dorks do get paid, that's true. You do the boring stuff. So we're in the finals. Bottom left, the Sanctuary. It is here, Marine. Top right, it is Christianer. What is this little probe doing? What are you doing, little guy? Are you gonna proxy something? Kinda looks like he's gonna proxy something. We see Christianer's camera. Gonna place it right here. Cool. Everyone calls probes little guys. Yeah, I think they're seen as more of they're more endearing than SCVs and drones. I feel like I've used little guy for drones and SCVs, though. Maybe for drones, not for SCVs. It's the fun sounds they make. I think it's also because they are a robot, and I don't know, there's some weird, like, being nicer to the robots who aren't, you know, they don't really get a choice than we are to the poor country hick who's in a suit. open a mine and then is pulled to the front lines in any given notice. It's weird how that works, but I feel like it does. I guess it makes it more like a pet. Maybe that's kind of the logic in it. And yeah, the cute sounds that he makes. So obviously we got 2 gateways. Proxy gateways. Proxy. Here Marine is going for a 1 racks expand with absolutely 0 scouting. Oh no. That's not a good sign. If here Marine doesn't make his command center on the high ground, which, yeah, I was gonna say a lot of Terrans are doing, then that would have been catastrophic. But with a high ground command center, there's a chance here Marine holds. The Reaper will scout the lack of anything in Christianer's main base about the same time that the units themselves will appear. And so a Marine follow-up will have something shooting over the wall when the Zealots and Stalkers show up, but what we really need is a bunker. And there you have it. Reaper scouted. Now the units are up here. Bunker gets made. Couple of seconds before the units show up. Going to be a lot of firepower from Christianer, who's about to have 2 more Stalkers. Obviously 2-shotting SCVs right now will eventually 1-shot them. Command center has to be cancelled. It's one of those things where there's not immediately something to use those resources for, but hey, supply depot trick! Woo! Supply depot. Call down supply, boost that health right back up there. 11 SCVs have gone down. Almost 12 then. It's going to be 12. Maybe even 13. Where did that... I was going to say there are 4 Stalkers. I don't know where the other one went. I guess this one was made much later. And hey, we're back down to 3. But that is 15 SCVs killed, and a cancelled command center, and a supply depot is going to go down. Yes, Christianer's production is on the other side of the map, but that's not too bad, considering that that army that production is giving you is still better than Hero Marines, although not if you run into the bunker. This is definitely a risky play here from Christianer. 4 Stalkers about to become 3, no longer 1-shot in these units. There you have it. Now it's down to 2. One of them is the severely injured one. Which, funnily enough, is the one that lasted long enough. I don't know how that worked, but it did. And while that was a risky play, as in, yeah, you're going to lose all your units, to kill 7 more SCVs might have been... I mean, I say might have, was almost certainly worth it. If Hero Marine was still at 10 workers, I'd be, yeah, I don't know. But going all the way back down to 5, well, Mule can help you a decent amount. And well, I mean, as long as you can produce an army, that's kind of coming into question. 3rd Stalker pops right into the Cyclone Lockout, actually breaks it. Didn't think that was going to happen. Okay, yeah, alright, there you have it. Alright, yeah, Christianer's won then. I was like, there's a tiny chance, you know, like if the Cyclone Marines surprised Christianer, no 3rd Stalker popped out, Pylon killed, then it gets really weird, because Christianer really doesn't have anything besides those production facilities. And it's still gonna get weird, because it just took an extra minute, but this is gonna happen. Warp Gate's also gonna have to be... You might as well cancel it, get the resources back. Yep, that's exactly what happens. Christianer, he pulled all of his units back to take care of the Reaper, which then allowed his only production to be killed, rather than remaking the production as a priority against someone who was slapped down to 5 workers. Christianer does some really ballsy play here and gets a Nexus. Now, I'm thinking that he's thinking there's no way that Hero Marine brings this back. But, you know, one of the ways that would be possible is if you literally had no means of producing army for 2 minutes. So... You know, so Mexico's gonna go down, and that means you can't build Adepts or Stalkers or Sentries. We're talking about slow-ass Zealots coming out of this. This is... maybe weirder than it had to be. No doubt still in favor of Christianer. Here Marine is going to have to do an all-in with only 2 production facilities himself. So it's not like he could afford... If he was down to 10 SCVs and he could afford to produce consistently from here and then maybe even add a starport, this lack of gateways would be so problematic. But we got 1 Cyclone, 4 Marines, and a tank. It's actually, that's 6 Marines, excuse me. Hold on. That tank really needs to be up here. Command Center is going to be thrown down, so here Marine thinks there is a chance to macro out of this. And I think he's right. I mean, look, he's going to kill the Nexus. What is happening? What is happening? Christianer could go for a counter now. I mean, he doesn't have Blink, but he's going to have... Well, no, he's supply blocked. He's supply blocked. 2 more Stalkers should be halfway done. And instead, they were blocked. You damn pylons, you damn Nexus. What a sequence of events this is. This is a good move. Actually, we'll find the Cyclone. Trades out a Stalker for it. Which, you know, they cost roughly the same, but... I'd say 1 for 1 would have been fine. And 2 Stalkers, not so much. Link is on the way. A Dark Shrine is also on the way. Starport finally being built here on the Tech Lab. And this could be very important. This could be for a Raven. Unlikely in most TDPs nowadays to get to Raven at all, I suppose. But if you are in a really weird game and you just slap that Protoss back down to 1 base, what does a Protoss do when behind Dark Shrine? A Raven would be a pretty baller call. And it is going to be a Raven. Bad news for Christianer. You could still use the DTs as an Archon to tank the damage from the tank, which would really not be bad at all. An Archon added in here would not be bad. He doesn't know the tank situation, however, unless he, you know, you want to use an hallucination, I would say. Well, unless you want to get to the high ground. But, you know, if he saw it, the probe could tell, okay, well, he only saw 1 tank, but that doesn't stop the tank from being here. Maybe this tank didn't fire first or something. But if he knew there was only 1 tank there, I feel like busting through the natural would be an option. And it looks like here Marine also kind of worried about that. Builds a full wall, 4th tank. No, he never built a 4th tank, so the 3rd tank just repositions. And there's that hallucination to get to the high ground. The tank just moved, but that could be kind of a good thing, actually. This means that 1 tank won't die into another tank dying. It means that even though Stalkers will be able to get up on this and actually cancel Stim, they're not taking down the units they need to. Christianer is entirely 1 base all in at this point. 1 tank does go down for getting a shot off, but the other tank was firing away with some Marines and an auto turret. The Stalker numbers are not looking great, but they find a 2nd tank. So many Stalkers in the red will be going down. So much damage. The DT was helping for a little bit there, but the Raven comes along. This was only bio, but a tank is still around. What a crucial tank it is, and we go back into tank production as well. Somehow, some way, here Marine manages to make this a win for him. That was a crazy game. This has been a much more fun tournament than the previous new patch tournaments. Somehow, getting that first game, it is here, Marine, in the top left of Rainfall. On the bottom right, we do have Christianer. That was a game. That was a game. Would certainly argue, and unfortunately, that Christianer is the one that misplayed that more. Here, Marine was in a classic situation, but one that you don't really play too differently. You know, if you do not SCV scout, you can run into a proxy gate that will probably kill you. But when he figured out what it was, he did pretty much everything he could to not die. The supply depot drop, the attempt to build a bunker, getting to a cyclone. Yeah, but it's Christianer who, once it was past just this build versus this build, was the one that could have made a couple of different decisions. Here Marine was kind of on a one track, you know. Once he got down to 5 SCVs, there was really no other option for him. There wasn't a lot of flexibility for him. Whereas Christianer, who at the very least had a full mineral line, there was a little more flexibility. There were a couple of choices that you could have made otherwise. And one of those choices that maybe you don't do next time that situation happens is get a Nexus as opposed to at least one gateway. Very unfortunate about the warp gate timing too, of course. That's just unlucky. But yeah. What a game. This one not starting off with nearly as much fun. Christiana going for a 1-gate Nexus. Here Marine 1 rack CC. Again, no scout, just high grounds it. Just for that little bit of safety. Well, Christianer might not be going for a 1-base build, but he's still got a cheeky probe. A little guy. That might be planning something. Or maybe not. Just kidding. Doesn't do anything. We do grab 2 more gateways before grabbing any technology. I just frankly don't know exactly what that means. To just build out of gateways is on 2 bases has definitely not been a thing. Adding Blink, adding a Warp Prism, adding an Oracle or Phoenix is almost always seen as better. But we are forgoing any technology. Proxy Pylon, he's being set up, so we're going to transform into Warp Gates. Reaper, who's scouting around. That's very unfortunate news for Christianer. This Reaper could have been trying to get more probes, or could have been waiting for the Adept to try and get in or something. Instead, it actually goes out and happens to see the pylon as it's placed. Very good scout there for here, Marine. Gonna try and get a bunker on this forward position. That might be a little too late. Stalkers take out the SCV, and it has to be pulled here. Cyclone will help, but yeah, we're already running shy on those Marines to even put in the bunker. Yeah, this might have been just a couple seconds too late. Uh-oh. A little too forward position perhaps as well. The Cyclone also going to fall. Christianer. Boom. 3 gateways of units. Wins the game. I think he has, oh, well, not quite one minute. The tank pops out. I was like, that Cyclone dying is pretty bad. But a tank will pop out, and at the very least, the tank will safeguard the high grounds. Trying to safeguard the low ground is really freaking dangerous for exactly this reason. Oh, no. But, you know, well, Hero Marine was in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. If he had just holed up back into his main, he would have been very far behind in the economy. And so, well, Christianer did delay technology to do that. So it would have been way worse for Hero Marine. Ah. Good games. Please pet cat. Well, since you're nice about it. This is my Zig. He's my Pig. He's the Ziggly Piggly. You can find him at the Piggly Wiggly. Bottom left of Blackrock for the final game of this best of 3. It is Hero Marine. Its operated is Christianer. Christianer comes from the upper bracket into this grand final, so if he loses here, he gets another shot. If he wins, then that is it. And since we have some time to talk, no probes being sent out or SCV, I do want to talk about the Meisters of the game. I think most people saw the very unfortunate, embarrassing situation for Hero, which, I'm not saying it actually deserves to be embarrassing, right? But I think we all can agree that if we did that, we would wake up in the middle of the night in the cold sweat remembering when we did that. Because in this case, you cannot say that no one was paying attention. But it really is not a big deal, and obviously he took it in stride. But, yeah, it caused a little bit of discussion about this whole bracket reset situation. Which I just, I wanted to give my thoughts on it. I think Roddy was very diplomatic, and he pretty much gave the summary of the situation, which is that technically, yeah, StarCraft 2 has ever really agreed on how they want to approach upper and lower bracket situations. Basically, for years, so maybe like 2 or 3, I would say, a bracket reset or a map win was given. Actually, maybe less than years. I'm really trying to be, like, actual historian brain right now. I feel like maybe for, like, 1.5 to 2 years. And then I feel like what happened was that people were like, look, going through the lower bracket is already a grueling enough task when these brackets were gigantic. And it took you an extra 8 hours to get through to face your opponent who's been chilling. Let's not do any type of anything. Let's just say, congratulations, you got to chill and you got to watch your opponent play, so you could study them a little bit more. And I feel like that held for a long time. You also had tournaments that would intentionally not do double bracket, format, so they didn't have to deal with this. But then I feel like that was basically the situation for a very long time. Even if we actually had an upper and lower bracket heading to a grand finals, people would basically just be like, we don't really need a lower bracket reset. And, that does feel like the worst option out of any of the options, in my opinion. But then people started to be like, hey, wait a minute, why wouldn't you give some an advantage? You're like, hey, hold on. So then I feel like tournament organizers started giving them a 1-map advantage. And this is much later. I mean, I'm talking kind of recently for this discussion. And I think that's probably the best situation, but my opinion is actually still alongside the 10 or something years, I feel like, that we had. Basically, we don't really need to give anything in StarCraft. The extra break and being able to look at your opponent's games is reward enough. But if you were to do something in a grand finals type of tournament, like an open cup, like I don't think no one's really complaining about this one, but in a grand finals, prestigious tournament, I don't think anyone appreciated that bracket reset, least of all Hero. This is a 2-base versus 2-base game, but Christianer is proxying an Oracle, so this could do a lot of damage. Hero Marine does not know about it. Reaper Scouts now done away with. Didn't get the timing that would say, hey, you're missing a tech building. So Hero Marine just has to hope that he's defending everything and anything. Right now, trying to get to that natural. It's going to pull his units away from the main. That's when the Oracle strikes. perfect. Ideally, the Cyclone also goes down to the low ground, and that's not the timing that we're hitting exactly, but it still hasn't popped, so it's still a good timing overall. Here, Marine. Gonna lose 3, 4 SCVs, maybe? Oh, but you really didn't want it. That's exactly what you didn't want to have to happen, which is the Cyclone popping out onto the Oracle. Fast recall. Saves it, though. 4 SCVs for still a live Oracle. Saves pretty good. And this year, StarCraft 2 will learn how to run an event with Swiss rounds. I don't know if StarCraft is. I don't know. I think Swiss rounds are amazing when you're talking about tournaments that can have a large population. Just so, yeah, people who sign up and go to a tournament, you know, don't feel like they wasted their time playing one best of 3. But I feel like when you get to the most prestigious tournaments, I think that it's not the funnest. And certainly if you're talking about Swiss rounds to actually like determine the champion, then I would say that's really not fun. I would definitely not want that. If you can't finish best of 3 in 60 minutes somehow, I mean, you're introducing a whole new can of worms to StarCraft. You're going to be forcing that, right? Functionally the same might be true, but I think that's disregarding how it looks, basically, I think is naive. Yeah. Just that nothing like turns me off from trying to pay attention to a tournament than when a big Swiss group stage tracking numbers rather than just me bracket, me go ahead and bracket is it's a thing. It's absolutely a thing. Christianer's follow-up Blink Stalker attack off of 4 gateways is catching Hero Marine in a very bad state. Nothing against this one. No tank was ever built. The bio caught in the stasis trap for a second time, at least some of it. It was a great find there from Christianer. Hero Marine really needed that critical mass of bio to hold on, especially as Combat Shields was not yet done. And now it's going to finish up with +1, but can the Stalkers win this out? Still some units stuck in the stasis trap, but the Stalker number is starting to thin out, heading into a bit of Defender's advantage. Hero Marine loses 16 SCVs, however, so it's good economic damage no matter how you slice it, as Christianer's third base is up and running with at least a handful of probes on it. 4 more gateways being added on alongside Charge means that the bio will no longer just automatically win as it gets to face only Blink Stalkers, which it's not doing right now anyway. You know, there's no medevac energy. All the units are still injured. This is still risky to go up against those Stalkers. Christianer is just getting ahead by leaps and bounds as he looks to also add on possibly Storm. I say possibly because he might have to just settle on Archons. If Hero Marine is going to pull the SCVs, for instance, there will not be time to grab that Storm, and Hero Marine is in a desperate place, not rebuilding the SCVs, so I'm kind of feeling an SCV pool. Hero Marine did manage to send 2 medevacs across the map, but Warpins will take care of that. Fortunately, Christianer just warped in to send Celots across the map, so that was unfortunate timing. Recall is going to have to be used. Stalkers are going to go after the medevacs first and foremost, willing to trade themselves out as long as they make sure to kill this entire army. That is a lot of zealots. Not so many on the stalkers anymore. No wood mines either. Tanks were being produced, but we got good old-fashioned bio micro, which is working out wonderfully, especially as the zealots get split. Some of them trying to go into that natural, maybe catch some reinforcements. Hopefully don't catch the tank, but so this is going to buy time, cause some chaos. And I think that's overall still very much Christianer favored. You want to be a little careful about the zealots. The zealot number is disappearing. The command center is going to fall. Yep. And this is, well, that zealot fight that I was kind of talking about. If you're replacing zealots from 0, it's possible the remnants of the Terran army can still take you on. We look at the armor supply right now, for instance, and it's favoring Hero Marine, who has an upgrade and, well, is still hopeful for a second upgrade. That this is clearly so much time for Christianer with this big map. He's even grabbing a 4th base, full of confidence. Archons have been included, which is going to be very difficult for this army to pierce through. Here, Marine should just pull the SCVs, and that's exactly what he is doing. Caught by zealots, of course. What are you going to do? Into the main we go. Doom drop. Doesn't really have a lot of spice to it, I would say. He's going to depower a good number of gateways. But I think what Christianer has will do the trick anyway. And it does! Your Marine is on his last life, so I guess we'll try and pick up once, but Christianer will take the 2-1 win this Monday Night Cup, which isn't the Monday Night Weekly. It is the Roddy and Rexy Monday Cup, put on as O-Gaming, or, not O-Gaming, Comeback TV, are recovering from Maestros of the Game. Oh, I never changed the YouTube title. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube suggested me a Quake tournament that was played 1 day ago. Hot damn. It looks fun. I don't know what this 1 versus 10 thing is. And it's weekly, apparently. Quake Champions. Now a 9-year-old game. There's an esport for everything. As long as there are passionate people. Yes, no one likes thinking of 2016 as being almost, well, 2015. Wait, no. 2017 as being almost 10 years ago, but and 20 years ago was not the 80s now. Quake Esports predates StarCraft. When was the first Quake game? No, a lot of esports predate StarCraft. They just don't really matter. Jesus, another fucking... Another account posting about the patch that has its history hidden. The conspiracy grows. If Reddit's defaulting people to private, then that would explain a lot. I don't see anything about being default. Still a lot of people asking how to make it private. That's all. I'll check it by making new accounts and posting positive threads. Let's continue reading the BattleNet forums. Enough of this crap patch. Boring and suck. Look at the real problems. Some feedback. Solution Smurfs. New patch is bad. Patch is trash. Hey, it's Hacker's Top. So patch bad. Patch is bad. Patch is not considering that everything was built on the 12 worker start. Likes the patch. New patch is bad. Patch is bad. Reintroduce the dream pool. Okie dokie. Ecosystem's not balanced. Appeal from the guy that posted for Hacker's Top. Boring and suck. Yes, I am loving the non-native English speakers trying to get their opinion in. The dream pool was not looked upon favorably, but I kind of feel like if I was going to be Mensk and say, I don't think you understand the situation here, I would go ahead and just force everyone to play on a type of dream pool. I say a type because I think I basically just want maps that are smaller. But there's other things that these maps did not consider. Like, they did have to consider Liberators when they updated all of the maps. Dream Pool was just an off season, so it used to be that BlizzCon would happen, and then there'd be no WCS, no IEM, no anything, and so they would throw out a really big patch that changed a lot, or they would change the map pool for funsies, and one of the seasons they changed it to be a bunch of maps from like 2014, like was Zelnaga a part of it? But Daybreak and Cloud Kingdom, and some other ones. There is a difference between playing on Cloud Kingdom and Zelnaga Caverns, yes. Good day. We are professional players, content creators, and high-level enthusiasts representing the Protoss race. We stand categorically against the upcoming change. I agree with this person, so I will not point out that we have no idea who the fuck they're talking about. Who is we? Usually you'd sign with like a list of the people signing their opinion, but that's not what's happened here. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think you need to there's considerations that can be done outside of just is it, you know, a large or small map. And I still think smaller maps would be more fun. I mean, I really thought there was something to be learned from Beckett Industries, which was one of the smallest maps we've had in years. And everyone thought that, you know, guaranteed Terran would suck on it. And then Serral Zerg as a whole had a positive win record on it. We the people don't understand bracket resets. Abiogenesis, yeah. God, that's a way to bring that one back. That's a word. It's like I remember it, but I don't remember it. This was these are posts going back. I see. It's by who last commented, and there's been a lot of discussion on that post. Okay. I play StarCraft 2 because other games are slow. New patch slap in the face to longtime players. Casters and streamers who don't acknowledge the truth. I think you're missing the point of RTS games. I didn't realize that a point of RTS was to be slow. I didn't actually know that. When I looked up the genre RTS, I didn't realize that a critical feature was that it has to be slow. Okay. It's an early Christmas present, if anything. I have no respect for the casters that are not admitting that Zerg is too strong. I'm not going to say name, but I have zero respect. Jesus. The streamer ever the RTS on the market is slow and sucks shit. I mean, kinda. I have no idea what Tom Clancy's End War even is. I don't even know what that is. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that is a point. That is a good point, Fear Dragon. If I'm agreeing with BattleNet forum posters, are we the baddies? Now that's put some doubt in my mind. Balance team. Balance team explain. Message to devs. This is a guy who likes it. Player base numbers are an all-time low. You should expect mostly negative forum posting. Weather the storm and you will see good things come from the radical changes you are making. Okay. My StarCraft ended on June 22nd, 2026. Chat GPT's take on the 8 workers start by the guy who likes it. This guy is an idiot. Who is this? Is this ProTech? Is that way? Who is it? Anyway. Well, the thing I saw with this is that someone responded, let's listen to the person who viewbots his channel. There's only 10 to 20 people watching at any time. And I'm not saying that actually is the exact case, but I assume that it was someone. It is someone who is controversial in the StarCraft scene. So it's not Ruff, because Ruff actually posted underneath his actual account. Could be Barry. As far as I've seen, he hasn't really had anything to say. I don't know. I never watched their streams. Yeah, it sounds like not enough you bots. ChatGPT's take, what is it? Let's do it. Hey, Claude, can you tell me if the recent patch for StarCraft 2 that reduced the workers to 8 from 12 is a good thing overall? Please cite your sources. I just killed the part of the marshlands by asking that questions. It does pull back time and allows us to open with things like the Zerg 6 pool. I mean, I don't think anything is necessary except for the 6 pool. I would say StarCraft subreddit, yeah, it's like 50-50. You can extract your trick twice. What balance changes do you think would make StarCraft 2 more interesting? Claude is more humble than the majority of humans out there. Well, we can check the player numbers. Is cite your sources with chatbot cite Reddit? Yes. Which isn't necessarily wrong. For instance, if they say that the subreddit is generally positive and they cite 3 or 4, threads. Or if, that Reddit actually, the Reddit thread actually does have the, stats or whatever you're looking up. Well, the reason I did this was because I was reading the ChatGPT's take. So, I did see this one and I was like, I don't care. Let's see what this says now, though. Now we have some time. Go steady targeting redesign. Cool. Is capped at 50 maximum damage against massive units. Wow. Sure hope Terran gets something in return. Also, I don't think this would ever be done. That would be a new mechanic that's not doesn't exist in StarCraft. Thor. Ground and air gain damage to massive. Now deals exactly 0 splash damage. Replaced with the Interception Matrix Turret, the new point defense drone that's just somehow much worse of a name. It's, oh wow, its max energy is 300, but it spawns with 10. Ah! And it's a slow 0.5 energy per second. Increase the regeneration rate. Zerg doesn't really get very much, apparently. New Stargate unit, the Aeon Dreadnought. It's not even that expensive. Starts moving at a slow 1 meter per second. Read the feedback. Purge buff. Range increase to 10 to level the playing field. Oh, they think it's a purge. Oh, lethal feedback. Now instantly deletes any enemy spellcaster caught holding more than 50 energy. Wow. This is some AI's take on a patch for StarCraft. Well, I want to lead this Aeon Dreadnought, which is a great name. Acceleration trait. Takes 3 seconds continuous movement to ramp up to its maximum speed. Passive weakness. Takes 0% increased damage from any attack that natively possesses a bonus for its armored attribute. Why would they put it that way? Ah, doesn't even sound that cool. What? You gonna make a whole new unit and not be cool? Alright, Claude, did you do better? You didn't even do it! Don't worry about it. Just give me fun StarCraft 2. Just give me a fun StarCraft 2 patch. Patch 5.0 YOLO. I do love it. I do appreciate that. Banelings now have a tiny explosion rate on creation? What is that even gonna do? I guess if you like run lings into a mineral line and then start morphing banelings. Overlord can now be manually steered like a blimp. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Ultralisk get a passive dramatic entrance, lovely name. Crashes through the nearest destructible rock when it first spawned, regardless of where it is on the map. It's like so unimportant, but it's kind of cool. Protoss carriers now announce each interceptor launch with a voice line, all 8 of them every time. Mothership's recall ability now also pulls back one random enemy unit by accident. Described in patch notes as working as intended. Zealot gained plus 50% movement speed, but only while moving toward the enemy. Retreating remains unchanged and deeply embarrassing. SCVs now complain audibly when you have too much unspent minerals. Louder the more you have. The nuke countdown is outplayed through enemy speakers. Nuke launch tech is now also texted to your opponent's phone. Vikings in fighter mode can now land on top of enemy units, dealing no damage but being extremely annoying. Every 200th unit killed triggers a brief slow motion replay for both players. Cliffs are now slightly too short to block vision, just enough to confuse everyone. The GG chat shortcut now also plays a sad trombone sound. This is actually so good. I think Claude did exactly what I asked for. These are hilarious. Okay, enough fun. I need you to do something serious. Is there a way you can get me reliable sources as to the player base of StarCraft in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014? The last one sold you. Okay, be straight with me, Claude. I'm ready for it. Ah, just confirmed what I already knew. Fuck. Damn. Proving that the 12 worker start in Legacy of the Void did not kill StarCraft 2. Yeah, I know, dude. Actual dude name. I don't think it'll do anything. I don't know how much I want to use my limits on this. Although I don't know what my limit is, actually. I doubt I'm anywhere close to it. We can try it. Okay, I put you on high. Now try to find StarCraft 2 player base numbers from 2010 to 2014. It's 20 tokens, Michael. What could it cost? I appreciate the vote of confidence. Let me be straight. I already searched pretty thoroughly. This fucking machine's telling me to back off. This machine's like, what do you want from me, lady? Yeah, it's still not helpful. More importantly, hey, wait a second. The evidence strongly points to the decline happening before Legacy of the Void and for reasons entirely unrelated to worker count. Okay, all from Variety. Yeah, nah, I mean that's not good enough. Okay, now that you're on high, try and give me a fun YOLO StarCraft 2 patch again. Oh yeah, that's true. It does just search harder for stuff. Think harder! 5.0 point chaos. We talked to the intern. Workers now have names. Where worker dies, a brief obituary appears in the kill feed. Minerals now slowly roll toward the enemy base if not collected within 30 seconds. Okay, hold on though. I feel like there might be something there. I feel like we could take like there was the xenon crystals in the free-for-all I cast on Saturday. What if there was like an almost like King of the Hill section where if you didn't have something mining, yeah. Minerals slowly roll toward the enemy base if not collected. We need more fruit lands as well. You can now steal an enemy worker mid-game by right-clicking it enough times. No ability, it's just persistence. Circlings now travel and pack mentality. If one retreats, they all retreat. Broodlord is not classified as emotional support. It deals no damage. But newbar units have increased morale. There is no morale mechanic. Banelings can now be convinced not to explode if the opponent types please in chat within 0.5 seconds of impact. I'd be good at that. Enemy minerals will eventually get to your base. Yeah, if they don't mind it. It's fair. Observers now visible to everyone. They know what they did. Mothership can now veto one enemy attack per game. Just straight up say no. Colossus walks are now audible to both players. Very loud, like actual footsteps. As long as I have a small chance to unionize and refuse entry to Marines during overtime hours. The EMP now disables your own HUD for 3 seconds. High risk, high reward. Mostly high risk. Yeah, what was the reward? Siege tanks and siege bow now slowly sink into the ground over 4 minutes until they disappear entirely. Technically realistic. I mean, that's one way to try and get rid of turtling. All maps have one random tile that if the unit steps on it, plays StarCraft 1 Terran theme at full volume. Rocks can now fight back poorly, but with conviction. On expansion, every map is now just a vending machine. It gives 50 minerals once and then says out of order. Casters can now vote to slightly tilt the camera, not enough to matter, just enough to feel weird. Okay, enough YOLO patches. Make a serious 5.0.17 patch with the intent to appeal to I guess with the intent to make things fun enough that people would want to check them out if they hadn't played StarCraft 2 in a while. The goal is to lower barrier to re-entry, increase spectacle, reward creativity over memorization. Yeah, I guess so. Welcome back. And one exciting moments like getting 6 pulled. I like the 6 pull. Starter workers are made of 8-8, fine. But workers now auto return to mining after construction. No more idle workers. I feel like my Brood War elitism is gonna get triggered a lot with this. Subtle audio cue plays when your work situation is optimal. It already shows you on the number. First expansion costs reduced by 100 minerals. Oh, encourages expansion play over all in. Well, that wouldn't be what people wanted. I mean, although, like, as far as, like, new players who are stressed by StarCraft, I mean, maybe that is something they would like. Battle Cruiser Yamato Cannon cooldown reduced by 30 seconds. Let people use the cool ability more. Siege tank target per enemy landed locked in siege mode with a single keybind. Oh, like, you can, like, they always will, like, target banelings? They're doing a cannon rush, but probes keeps returning to base. There's some downsides. Viking transformation speed increased. Drolling claws upgrade now baseline. Oof. Not so great, Claude. Stack penalty slightly reduced. Turning players remember mutas fondly. Stack penalty. I don't know. Build time is reduced by 3 seconds. The Night Swarm health increased. Roach burrow move now requires no upgrade. Oh my god! I assume burrow itself is not a baseline upgrade. Overlord generates creep when stationary. And so his restock time reduced. Storm damage radius increased slightly. Thermal lance range upgrade cost reduced. Graviton beam now affects massive units, but deals 50% reduced damage. I want to see ultras picked up. The quality of life, unified hotkey preset added. Okay. Catch up replay mode. After a loss, you can watch the 2-second summary of exactly where the game diverged. Yeah. That would be cool, but that's never going to happen. Ping system expanded. Idle building notification is now on by default for returning accounts. There's an idle building notification? First win of the day. Yeah, people care about points now. Matchmaking. Rust Belt queue. Optional separate ladder bracket for accounts returning after 12 plus months of inactivity. Well, that wouldn't be abused by Smurfs. Although I guess it is only after 12 months of inactivity. Not that they've not played before. Overlords already do that, but it's a toggle. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I didn't know that. That's what I was asking. I'm like, what is an idle building notification? It might be confusing StarCraft with another RTS. That wouldn't surprise me. New weekly mutation category, throwback. That's not what co-op is for. You tried, Claude. You tried. You did a much better job with making a silly patch than a real one, that's for sure. Oh wait, no. Battle.net's still funny. How we could add a little tip window that could show idle buildings. It is feasible. I mean, I don't think I would hate it. As much as I instinctively don't like dumbing down the game. Quality of life, more like all right, nothing rhymes with life. Man, all these AIs are just taking them at their word that 8 workers will create competitive depth. You know what rhymes with life? Jail. The patch and whatnot. Why is this not... Why is my control tab not making a new tab? There we go. StarCraft 2 is garbage. Shut down. Big changes. No testing. Why is one man allowed to impose his entire vision? Why guys in balance group push this? It just sucks. StarCraft 2 is garbage. Shut down. Shut down your servers and go public release servers. LAN is OP and your internet requirements are TOA. and not test it. It's true. Okay. Hate thread. He is extremely toxic and racist? Okay, where's the racist thing coming in from? Why change so many underlying mechanics? Why no reason, no timing, and no math formula? Yeah, where's the math? Someone blaming woke? There is an account that's posting on StarCraft Reddit that is blaming leftism on disliking the patch. If you dislike the patch, you must be a leftist. Damn. I would have never expected the Battle.net forums to actually be used this much. I don't see Ragnaroket's post. Where'd you post it? Leftists are all about less workers. It wasn't general. That was general. Oh, no. I did read it, actually. Oh, no one responded. Womp womp. Alright. Yeah, it seems like all of it's in the general discussion. Well, as Fear Dragon pointed out, I don't know if I feel better that Battle.net agrees with me. It's probably not a good sign. You are too smart. They wanted something easy to understand. You needed to dumb it down to like 5 words. Like, StarCraft patch is bad, sucks. They come to forums to type, not read. Exactly. Well, I didn't have any plans for any follow-up to the thingy-majigger, whatchamacallit. The open cup, so... Yeah, Reddit would have nothing if they banned... If they banned all willy-nilly. I don't play no Mechabellum, and I never will. You look at one Quake video on YouTube, and suddenly Twitch is suggesting Quake champions. Mexmelum. Yeah, you're way better at this than I am. Yeah, exactly. Since I don't really want to play Deadlock, and I don't really want to play StarCraft, I should really think of other things to do. Huh. You know, somehow I collapsed all my games, all games on Steam, and now I can't uncollapse it. Did I see the new character Rivals of Aether 2 announced? No, I didn't see that one. I saw some of the other new character reveals. like Onigiri Bob. I have tried Overwatch, not in like 10 years, but I did play a lot of Overwatch when it first released. How did I break this, guys? What do I do? How do I make it show games again? Mom! Well, I did it and now I can't undo it. No! Ah! Double clicking's not working. This is the only way I've ever looked at my games. I swear to God. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was, there was a button. Apparently I was reorganizing. Aha, that's how I did it. Woof. Woof. I was about to never play another video game again. Alright, who's the little guy? What do you think Steam reviews would look like right now? Well, I think overall it'd have a very positive record, but maybe like recent reviews would be maybe mostly negative. I think people would go and complain about it. They'd look more like the Battle.net forums. Nah, I don't think it would get negative or mixed. Well, he's not little. He's weirdly large. I think StarCraft 2 would get very positive. I know there's like a weird portion of RTS gamers who don't like StarCraft. Obviously, there's going to be people who do actually just, you know, like kind of a meme almost, or like, this game's too hard, it sucks, 0 out of 10. But I think the majority of people would be people who've appreciated StarCraft and love StarCraft, and maybe are still playing StarCraft. And they would post things like, love this game back in the day, too bad it's not a top esport anymore. Still a very fun time. Positive. But, you know, we'll never know apparently because they're not going to add it. Apparently. But, I was actually trying to bring up that discussion earlier when someone brought up Steam, that we can't just check Steam player stats. But I think that if StarCraft 2 was put on Steam, it actually would have been absolutely a positive. People would have seen, depending on when it was put in, that it was one of the top 10 games played on Steam. And as soon as, if that was the narrative, if that was something you could have pointed to for, you know, like 13 years of StarCraft or however long it lasted, I feel like the dead game thing wouldn't have been as dramatic. And there would be people who checked it out because it was on the top 10 games played on Steam. I didn't even know about this Rivals of Aether game until I watched EVO. I caught the finals of it. Wonder if Blizzard could just have a player account API. Could they? Probably. Will they? Yeah. No. They're kind of scummy with Evo? Really? Oh, I was paying people to sign up. Rivals of Ether gave free passes to people that registered for Rivals? Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I, for some reason, was reading Rivals as Marvel Rivals, and I was really confused. Okay. Because prize pool is divided based on the most popular games. Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea that was the case. Look at Ziggy. Tons of people sign up and they never showed up. Yeah, that seems like a really bad idea. I feel like fighting games, especially one that isn't the most popular, aren't mainstream titles, would depend heavily on the goodwill of communities that would show up to Evo. Seems like whatever popularity I guess they were hoping to get if their prize pool was bigger wouldn't be worth it being found out and people being like, oh, that sucks. Because, like, I went from being like, yeah, maybe I could give that a shot to, okay, well, I won't bother. So there was really no amount of prize pool that would have been impressive. Okay. Evo's not worth it? Well, I mean, not worth it how? I imagine, you know, the reason that Evo is as popular as it is that it is so easy to play fighting games, even if you're bad at them. So if you want a place to go and play fighting games against a bunch of people in person, Evo's the place to do it. There was a huge drop in numbers. A lot of people boycotted. Oh. Ew. Why is that? Oh, Saudi Arabia bought it? Maybe I did know that. Oh, I'm not saying fighting games are easy. By easy, maybe I use the word easy, but by easy I don't mean like everyone thinks you're going to win. I mean, as in, it takes a very limited amount of time. It's, you know, especially if your consoles are already provided. So you're just encouraged to sit down. Because I think that's a big deterrent from some other esports like StarCraft, is that if you go to a LAN, most likely you're going to play one best of 3. It's going to take, even if you're way outclassed, it's still going to take 20 minutes. You're never going to get a hit in, depending on how the bracket favored you. Whereas fighting games, I mean, even if you're really bad, I understand the better player would absolutely beat you, but you can usually feel like you do something. And if you do literally nothing, then it lasts like 5 minutes, and you're like, okay, on to the next best of 3 against some rando I met yesterday. I think fighting games are niches in, like, they're definitely not the most talked about esport, and their viewership isn't the highest. But when I see the amount of people talking about it and streaming it And they do have a couple of, like all-star streamers. I feel like I'm looking at the widest casual base possible, which is obviously worth a lot. Would you mind checking, giving us your opinion? The post says, how long does it take to get good? You're gonna have to link it. I'm not gonna go find it. Combo Breaker is the home straight cup equivalent. It kind of feels like, for me, like fighting games are kind of like soccer. Where, I don't know, it just feels like one thing you can't deny is that soccer is an extremely easy sport to play. And it seems to be the biggest sport is in the amount of people like willing to play it or, have an interest in it. Even if it's not, the biggest sport in America. But if you want to play basketball, you got to go to a actual basketball court. Baseball actually needs some type of diamond. So when I sign up for sports leagues, even though soccer is not popular in America, most of the leagues that I can join are soccer. All right, here's the thing. And get 5k MMR in 1 month, 100%. So I think, Scarlet, I think, literally did that. So what's my opinion? What am I supposed to give my opinion on? How long I think it would take people to get to 5k MMR? Which in 8 months has actually already changed how difficult that is. They have a very small player base. Do they? What's a very small player base? It's still, regardless of what you say, I guess, like, my anecdote is that if I were to ask someone to play StarCraft, basically everyone would say no thank you. If I asked someone to play League of Legends, basically everyone would say no thank you. If I asked someone to play Deadlock, again, no thank you. But if I asked someone to play Fighter, like Street Fighter, I feel like the amount of people who would be like, yeah, sure, whatever, give me a controller, is like way higher. Like, I can imagine asking my brothers any of these questions, and there's a possibility they'd say yes to fighting games. So I don't know. I feel like maybe we're talking in different contexts or something like that. Yeah, but this is why I'm saying I think we're talking on different contexts. I'm not looking to prove that fighting games are more popular as in they're most watched or they're most played. I'm talking about what Joe Schmo will generally think about fighting games. And, even if I were to think of going to an arcade, and an arcade that has PCs, a LAN that has arcade, I don't know, something like that. the amount of people who would be willing to just like, you know, they're waiting for their next StarCraft game to come and to the couch and play a best of 3 of Street Fighter is way higher than the opposite. Very few people on the couch playing Street Fighter would take a break and then hop on a PC and be like, yeah, I'll play a StarCraft game against you. And I don't think this is really related to how popular each of these things are. I think it's far more related to how universally known they are. Like, I think most people would know about the fighting game genre, but a lot of people nowadays don't know about the RTS genre, which is weird, but yeah, is a thing. And then the perceived, skill that they need. StarCraft 2 obviously comes out ahead, you know, because everyone thinks it's a hard game. But then kind of with that, the amount of time that it would take to do the thing. And fighting games, inarguably, take the least amount of time. Yeah, if Battle Aces did exist, then maybe that would be another one where people would be like, all right, fine. I think particularly if Battle Aces was on the phone, 100% people would be like, all right, fine, let's play a game. So I assume that I could go find a fighting game community, which I'm pretty sure I already have, more than I could find like a PC gaming community. When general gaming conventions happen or anime conventions happen, a lot of the time the playrooms with games include a lot of fighting games. We're arguing what is more niche and known. Which one is that? We're not talking about higher barrier to entry much at all. Well, I guess if you're talking like PC versus console. The casual RTS game would be Clash of Clans. Am I going fighting games? Well, I'm not sure what we're fighting about anymore anyway. I feel like I've made my point. I don't know. I don't really know what the argument is. And Denver has an active FGC. Ah, there you go. Yeah. You know, yeah, randomly, like, you know, there's a lot of people thinking that, you know, button mashing will get them good enough results. And yeah, you'll eventually do something cool if you button mash. Mid-Atlantic is, yeah, I guess, yeah, only Americans would understand that. I mean, it's almost literal. It's the states that are around the middle part of the country that borders the Atlantic. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I am very well aware that there are times where you sit down next to someone to play a fighting game. Like, I joined a Smash Sisters tournament at a tournament I was at a convention I was at, because I wasn't doing anything else. It was like a dream hack or something. And me and my partner or whatever, or team, got our asses whooped. But, you know, it took me like 20 minutes. It was fine. But I know that, you know, occasionally you will sit down and be absolutely clobbered. So even though theoretically, like, I should be able to do something in a fighting game, something that feels cool, that doesn't always happen when you're facing pretty good players. But it still feels like such a difference of the amount of possibility there is I get something done, like a punch, versus the amount of time spent trying to do that thing. So I'll face Fear Dragon and Smash Bros for like 5 games after he begs one of us to play with him. And then I'll play him maybe 5 games, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm done, because he's way better than I am, and it's not fun. Please, please win against Sphere Dragon in Melee. So yeah, I don't know what that guy wanted my opinion on as far as the thread. Happy birthday! Okay, sure. I turned 35 again. Actually, when I was watching Evo yesterday, I kind of got the urge to play some type of fighting game, knowing that I would play like maybe a story mode, which takes like an hour or something, and then never play it again. Will I commentate? Hell yeah. I won't know any of the actual like technical terms, but at least I'll know most of the characters. You want to learn Street Fighter? Because Tifa's getting added. I mean, that would usually be why I would get into Street Fighter. I lean towards Street Fighter over any other game. From nostalgia, I guess. The game that I would have actually think really like if I for some reason really wanted or someone made me choose a game to get good at, I think would have been Dragon Ball Fighters. Because I liked that art style the best. It was a huge disappointment when Street Fighter went to 3D. Huge. And that's not a pretty 3D, in my opinion. Tekken's never appealed to me. I mean, I have played some Tekken. I'm pretty sure I played a lot of the guy with the Jaguar head. I didn't remember his name last time I brought him up, so... But yes, King. I think the Avatar game looks like it could be really cool. I like that art style. And it seems like it's getting some positive reception. I don't know what the reputation is. I just wanted to play the guy who was a cat. You don't like the Avatar art style? The game's a dead game walking. I mean, fortunately, I'm not a tryhard, so I don't have to play against other people. Hopefully, they just have a story mode. Same with, like, the Power Rangers fighting game. All black Air Force One energy. Like, jocks play it? I do like Marvel. I have not seen much of Tokon. I have seen it a little bit, yeah. I mean, I was also really excited about Marvel versus Capcom. Ergiz, Jersey. Yeah, that 20-something-year-old game that people definitely play. I didn't know how many Final Fantasy characters were in it. I know Zella's in it. That's the only reason I was interested. I didn't care about Cloud and Sephiroth. Yeah, but enough about Smash Brothers. Final Fantasy people everywhere. Yeah, the two last Mortal Kombat games? Yeah, there's a big pile of shame when it comes to game libraries. Yeah, I am, Keenster. Now's a pretty good time to do it, because we're going to wrap up the stream soon. All right. Let's watch a cat get super excited. Ziggy, cat treats. Did anyone time them? It's at 0.2 seconds. Meow, 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 meow. Wicket. Apollo. Dimitri. Apollo. Ugh. Vicky doesn't really lick it. She kind of chomps on it a lot. I can't believe your cats don't like cat Go-Gurt. Hey. Ow. Oh, bastards. Dimitri doesn't want that one. Give me my orange one back. He doesn't appreciate chicken with shrimp. He likes just plain old chicken. Ah, nails. Ah, more nails. Look. Clean up your mess. Dimitri. Right, I think they're all done. Paulo didn't get any though. The look of betrayal. Wow, everyone, like, I watch a lot of cat rescues and stuff, and it seems like every cat loves him. Could be a texture thing. Ziggy won't actually eat hard treats. He's the opposite. He will only eat the soft churros. He'll begrudgingly eat dry food. Apollo's the least favorite? No. He just didn't come down. He'll get other treats. He's probably upstairs. Well, that's going to be it for today's stream. What it will do on Wednesday, I don't know. That's a good question. That feeling when both of your beloved games are in a disappointing low point. Maybe we'll finally finish Mass Effect 3. What's wrong with Deadlock? It's just... I haven't really been feeling the Deadlock since they tried changing the urn. I think it's because... even though they've changed it, a couple times, it still is... put a lot of importance on the urn, and thus importance on more team battles. So... kind of feels like now if you don't team battle, if you don't do the urn, or you don't win the urn, you just die. Even if you did something else, like take a walker. Kind of moved the gameplay experience for non-professional players to be more professional, which isn't a good thing. So just a lot of emphasis on the urn and group fighting there, and as opposed to what before, if you weren't like top 1% of players, top 5%, let's say, you felt like you had a lot of autonomy because you didn't have to depend on team battles. And now it's team battles from minute 12. So I don't know. A lot of people have similar feelings. Actually, I'm not unique. This is like one of the first times in a while that I haven't really enjoyed Deadlock that much. But I played yesterday, lost both games. Just didn't have as much fun as usual. There's been times where I've lost a lot of games, but I was still having fun. It's also the longest we've been without a major update. It's the longest we've been without a major update, so... there's also a lot of waiting for that. Friends get so excited when I bring dried fish. I've tried giving my cats, healthy, natural... freeze-dried this or that, and then they like it for a little bit, and then they get over it, and I waste money on the bag. Yeah, I saw you completed Mass Effect 3. Which ending did you choose? Harder to solo carry? Yeah, there's more draft emphasis as well when there's no draft. So you can, more than before, you look at a composition and you're like, oh, all right. And you might be like, well, maybe we can play out of the urn. It's like, no. Sarah's going to the game started for the match even starts. Yeah, so she's really good, right? Yeah, she's certainly good enough. And that's one of the most common critiques, is that it's made the drafting more important and you don't have draft in the game. And it's snowball-y. And yeah. I just, I'm going to be honest, I feel like I might have been comfortable, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I wasn't playing the best. I wasn't playing to try and make it into the next league. So there was times where if I looked back on the replay, I could have been like, yeah, I probably should have joined a team fight there, or probably should have done this thing instead. But for the most part, I felt like I could do my thing and contribute. And now if I do my thing and try to contribute, I usually just get killed anyway. Vindicta's been very tough to play recently, since I guess I'm just high enough in the league where people know to target me. So, and there's no communication, so no one's protecting me. And then Wraith is kind of one-dimensional, where there's everyone's kind of caught on to, okay, this Wraith player just needs to take a side lane, farm until they're at about 24k, and then contribute to team fights. I feel like, and it's not even like that different from how I was playing previously necessarily. It just feels like with this urn change, everyone got on board kind of one idea about Deadlock, as opposed to maybe before where it felt kind of like it was scattered, and obviously like not everyone was like even watching the pros. And now everyone is just like, yes, urn, yes, urn, yes, urn, and now everything revolves around the urn, from bronze to grandmaster, and it's not as fun. You chose to destroy the Reapers, the destroy ending, yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally people say that is the, let's say, correct ending. Because synthesis is, forcing people against their will. And then the you controlling them is just seen as a what's the word? A trap. Even though the game itself is saying 100% you control them, you control them, you control them. Most people are like, no, that's like, it's a trap. You don't control them. Everything's going to go to hell. Hey! Dimitri tipped over my trash to look for more churu. Floating out of the second best rank. Phantom? I forget. Yeah, it's I think I'll definitely get back in when they update it again, but I think the people I was playing with also have kind of stopped playing. And I don't think, I think we all should really be more accepting of still loving a competitive game and being able to say that you love it and you'll play it again while taking breaks. The more that we're like, can't take a break, then I don't love the game anymore, and I'll miss out on so much, and the FOMO will kick in. I don't know. Then it becomes like a secular hate cycle where you're just like, I don't like playing it, but I hate not playing it. Dump your in a server. I would drag her rank down, but if she's okay with that. I have to admit, at the end of the game, this action selection was a bit confusing. Yes, yeah. You don't really expect to be determining the fate of the universe. Cat! There's nothing in there. And there never is, because the first time they tipped over the trash can to find the trash, I learned my lesson. And now I put it in the big trash that's covered. Someone is being a butt. And Dimitri's the biggest butt. He's a big butt. Oh, but he's kind of cute though. All right. Before our next ad starts, I'm going to send you guys away. Away! I'll probably be watching the soccer game tonight, but I know a lot of Europeans are going to be asleep. Not Roddy. Roddy's staying up to watch the Netherlands. As the only person I know who's really cheering for their team, I've decided to cheer for the Netherlands as well. I was also cheering for Korea and Japan, but look how that went. Now, soon enough, I'm going to have to cheer for USA. Oh, God. Ugh, gross. Anyway. So, I'll see you guys later. Possibly for some Mass Effect. Bye-bye.